What's up, chat? How you doing? I've only been gone for a day. Kill like this FD. That's hilarious. People have been saying it. I listened to it, and you can definitely see some subliminals being shot for sure. If you've watched the FD Killer Mike video, we'll talk about it. We'll probably start with that because it's kind of funny. Um, Before getting into the primary stuff, getting through FD is the only way. So also, you can ride with Signifier. How old is that video? Like 2 years old. But he's been holding on to this beef for a while. Because apparently, yeah, we'll get into it. We'll get into it. But I'm like, bro, why are you dissing a YouTuber? You end up watching Obsession? I didn't finish it. I started it. No spoilers. I started it. Yeah, I was too busy watching the primary stuff. Also, I got dissed in Hassan's chat for some reason. Minding my own business. Okay, that's what we're gonna start with, bro. I'm sitting here minding my own business, just chilling, right? You didn't take off after seeing Ask for Ratio? No, I almost did. I almost did, bro. I opened up Obsession. I go into my Discord, right, as well. I'm like, yo, is Obsession in 4x3 aspect ratio? And Shadow was like, no, it's in a 3x2. You know, I'm like, bro, you didn't tell me that it was in a weird aspect ratio. They're just shading you. Yes! Bro, I didn't even do anything. I literally didn't even do anything. So this is what happened, right? This is what happened. I'm sitting there like watching a song cover like the primary stuff. And a chatter comes in, right? A chatter comes in and asks, yo Hassan, is there any black leftists besides FT Signifier and the Jam podcast boys or whatever that you recommend? Right? A few chatters say my name. Right, and then that moves on slightly, right? But then like a minute later, like Mike gets brought up, right? And so then a chatter was like, I love Mike. I wish he and then somebody else said, I wish Mike didn't say that racist thing. And then that other chatter who said that they love Mike was like, he should have never apologized for that. And then somebody else was like, Mike from PA. Somebody else was like, what do you mean? Like he should have had to apologize for it. And there's like a whole discussion about whether or not Mike should have apologized for using the term butt breaking. Not even the many the point of discussion, right? But then a separate person was like, "Yo, this is really tone deaf. You should watch Sean the Black stream." And then this person is like, "Okay, no, I'm gonna read it," because I was just like, "Bro, why did I get dissed?" Hold on, let me read it. I sent a screenshot of my Discord. We'll get to important news in a second. Scroll. Yeah, so somebody said Mike should never apologize. I think this person, Lindsey TV, said Mike didn't apologize. This person responded, he has apologized. He made a YouTube video. You're sus as F, right? And then this person responded saying, you're being ignorant or whatever. You should watch Sean the Black stream. Right? And then he was like, "Nah, I'm good. I listened to the guy interviewing leftist candidates who contend for power." And then he said something else. And then he's like, "No, you're being parasitic with 100 viewer Andy." I'm like, "Hold on a second. I let this go on for far too long because I'm not 100 viewer Andy. You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth there, buddy boy. I am a 500 viewer Andy, and you're gonna put some respect on my name." So you're like 1K, one subway for 1K Andy. True. I was at Parasocial. W Space Biz Door 10 for trying to put them on. I mean, like, and I went and I checked, right? This is somebody who I timed out during like the mic conversation. Who's Andy? Not important. Because it was like some like mic rhizome stuff, and I just like it was like so I just timed him out for like I don't know, like 2 minutes or something, and they'd never come back in here. So I guess that they've Harvard beef, right? So I just told him like, "Yo, just leave me out of your drama farming BS or whatever." And he's like, "I didn't say your name." Like, I mean, if you're gonna shit talk, at least stand on it, you know? I'm a firm believer, right? If you're gonna shit talk, you gotta stand on it. Stand on it. You gotta stand on it. You gotta own it. You can't just be like, "No, I was dissing you, but like, you know, I didn't say your name. I was just saying you're a nobody without mentioning you." Which is kind of funny because I guarantee he'll probably make more than he does at his whatever job that he does. So, you know, vague posting's gotta stop. I'd rather see something creative call out name than a vague post complaining. Why anyone would value interviewing electoral candidates over marginalized perspective on a wider fight against fascism escapes me. That's a good point, and we'll get to that in a second. But we'll get to that in a little bit, right? Because I think that is a good point and something that I want to talk about today, and just about like what can benefit from winning elections and like how that feels and the catharsis that comes from that, right? And what that actually materially means, right? And we do that in the context of like the wins and losses that have occurred in the primary season that happened, or primary day that happened yesterday. Like, I do think it's an interesting conversation, right? Everything about the same discussion and no one ever learns. Kind of got his one was close. AP just called it. People shouldn't go pat on the back mode. I mean, I'm not like glad this was close. Like if you know, in the perfect world, this would have been a blowout. That would have been like fully indicative of or a referendum on how much Israel has lost favor, which it was, right? Just not to the extent that some people thought it would be, right? And you can go back to what I said yesterday when the chatter asked me about it. And I said that, like, you know, I thought that Abdul will win. I thought Donovan had a good chance. I didn't speak on the other races because I didn't think they had a good chance to win. And that's unfortunate, right? And that's for a number of factors we'll get into today. We'll energize AIPAC to wreck even bigger checks. That will be a part of it, right? But I think like that will be a double-edged sword, and like that is an unsustainable method because it will not and cannot last forever, and that will upset the base even more, right? Like that will piss even more people off. Like, gonna say that black people can't win. I mean, people have already been kind of implying that a little bit with like Cori Bush, right? Because I've been hating how people have been talking about Cori Bush, and it kind of just shows that there is an anti-blackness and a misogynoir happening with Cori Bush, right? And with a lot of like white leftists right now. And we need to have a conversation about like what happened with Cori Bush's race as well, right? Kodak Browns, this is a funny name. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Cori got outspent 20-1 and got 0 national attention. Yeah. I think part of that lack of national attention comes from I think people didn't like Cori Bush and didn't want to say it or didn't necessarily care about. I mean, same way people didn't necessarily care about like Cori Bush or Hartzell Gray, or I mean, they didn't care about like Maylot until Maylot won either. You know, they didn't care about Dariliza until Dariliza won either, right? Or Chris Rabb until Chris Rabb was like literally winning, right? But think about the people who got national attention before their races were like happening directly in our faces, right? You had Graham Plattner, obviously, right? You had Zora Mamdani, who had a lot of attention. That was a lot of grassroots attention. You had um, yeah, Abdul, of course. Shrek had a lot of attention as well in the primary season. Nithya also had a lot of attention. Not like a crazy amount, but you know, some attention. Um, my friend tried to tell me that this morning that LaCoria, but she didn't do enough, and posts were too long. Hassan Chatter too. Like this was not like a Cori Bush's fault thing, unless you think that Cori Bush is not cut out for Congress. You know what I mean? Which I think a lot of people do think that and just don't want to say it, right? Because I think there's and this kind of goes back into the like respectability conversation as well. I don't think like Cori Bush plays into the respectability in the way that like Zoran does, and so I think her adherence to like to blackness and being a black woman, but not in like a Kamala Harris kind of way, but just just being like unabashedly herself is off putting to people because they don't want to admit it, but they also are looking for a specific thing in their candidates too. Does that make sense? So I think Cori Bush might not be cut out for campaigning. I mean, I don't agree with that because Cori Bush won an election. It's not like she can't win. Yeah, exactly. Cori Bush won an election. like she served a term in Congress. she is capable. And she got removed from Congress because she was outspent by AIPAC. Right? I think it was greater than 10-1. It was like I think it was like 20-1. It was crazy. Like she got outspent further than like I think like most other candidates. Right? From a candidate who beat her last primary season with AIPAC funding as well. Right? So she was going up against an incumbent who was already funded by AIPAC when AIPAC dumped so much more money into her into the opposition against her. Where you attack Evan Corey because that could have been a determining factor. There were so many. There was like
just subscribed. What with
and she also had no spending. Right? Like I think that the biggest thing you can say about Cori Bush is the fact that like her ground game just wasn't as good. But again, that doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? Cori Bush having a ground game that wasn't equivalent to like Zora Mamdani or Bernie Sanders or Graham Platt or Abdullah Sayed. It's like it doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? That comes from somewhere. Ground game doesn't just happen. It's cultivated, right? And there is a truth to the idea that she was not prioritized. You know what I mean? She was not prioritized in the way that other people in the national stage was. Is it just anti-blackness why she was not a bigger name nationally? I think anti-blackness played a role, right? I think that was part of the conversation for sure, right? But I think it's also part of the conversation. In your opinion, what do you wish Cori did differently? I mean, it's hard to say. Again, I don't think there's anything Cori Bush herself could have done specifically to have won that race, right? There would have needed to be an overarching concerted effort to win her that race, right? When AIPAC is dropping it, how much was 20, $40 million. So a crazy amount of money. I think it was like $20 million, right? It's 27 to 1. But yeah, how many millions? Somebody has to know the number. It was an impossible hole to climb out of. I don't think Zoran or anyone could win under those conditions either. I don't necessarily agree. I think that they could have won. Again, if there was a national push to win, right? There was a national push for Abdul to win. There was a national push for Platter to win, right? There isn't really a national push for many other people to win, right? And you can tell this by the way that the leftist media ecosystem discusses campaigns, right? The Senate races. I mean, if you want my answer, this is my answer, right? You can say that it's because those are Senate races, and then these other ones are House races. You can claim those are the reason, but I'm telling you the answer is that there's just not a national concerted effort to win those races. That's just the case, right? And when AIPAC is dropping, tens of millions of dollars, you need that national attention to get over that hump. Right, Milat, etc. won. Yeah, but they were not facing an incumbent that had already beat them with AIPAC funding and got outspent again 27 to 1 with no like national support. Right? Like something I saw on Twitter was the Justice Democrats spent like $0 on Corey's race. I don't know how true that is. Right? But there was not any there wasn't the support that was necessary there to get Corey Bush to win. But also you have to consider that right, Missouri is different than Colorado and Pennsylvania. They're just fully different. Chris Rabb won in the bluest district in the country, right? So it's not necessarily analogous, right? There's a big hump that needed to get over, and that would have required more national attention. You're paying, why didn't she get national attention? I'm telling you the answer. There just wasn't. It wasn't there. Like, I don't know, right? I think anti-blackness, misogynoir played a role in it, right? I think people don't like Corey Bush. I think that Corey Bush losing to Wesley Bell plays into the electability argument. So people think that she couldn't win against him again, right? There's a number of different factors. It's a number of different factors. Our time propping Potwater as the white savior of the left. She's seen it as a loss lost cause, which sucks. Yeah, I don't understand why people don't like her. I think a lot of it is anti-blackness, right? And I saw that from the way that people acted as soon as she lost, right? You know what I mean? People being like, "All right, yep, time to hang it up, Corey. You had your time. Your time has passed." You know what I mean? Like trying to usher her off to the farm upstate. You feel me? It's just like, don't go to the subreddit. I don't go to Reddit at all anyway, right? But I do think a part of it is that she doesn't play into this respectability that people expect politicians to play into. You know, a family friend told my grandma she didn't vote for Corey because she's too ghetto. I mean, case in point, right? That's it. That's what I've been saying. When I say that it's misogynoir and anti-blackness, that's what it is. Right? That is the hump that Corey Bush has to get over. Right? On top of the AIPAC money and the overall wider leftist ecosystem did not see it as either surmountable or worth the effort. Right? And again, to be fair, you can't win every race. Right? And we're going to talk about this a little bit later. We go over the other races that were lost. You can't win every race. You know what I mean? So there's a positive benefits like Abdul winning, right? yeah, we took down AIPAC in this race. They wasted 60 million, $70 million, right? But it was close. It was very close. And Haley Stevens is nothing. She's a husk. She's literally a husk that was stuffed with 60 million AIPAC dollars. And Abdul almost lost to that. And he had the policies, he had the messaging, he had the charisma, he had the look, he had pretty much everything that he needed. You know what I mean? And it was close. Right? And so there's a positive lesson to glean from that, which is Israel is losing support, right? And there is energy there that shows that Israel is losing support. But that should also tell you something, that like this playbook is slightly unsustainable. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to fall into the same trap the Democrats fell into, which is the answer is we have to just win every election, because that's an impossibility. You can't win every election, right? And our goal as the left is to take that energy that we know exists, that this has shown us that exists, and direct that energy into more sustainable forms of protest, right? Into more sustainable activism. You know? What Israel learned, they need to spend harder or spend smarter. Honestly, spend harder. Right? It's not like Israel like has a lack of money to spend. Right? They're gonna see, oh, 70 million wasn't enough? Okay, we'll turn it up to 80. We'll turn it up to 90. Right? And so there is, again, it is positive and it is good, right, that Abdul won his election. And we'll get to covering the totality of that in a second. Right? But it's important to note, like what the lesson we take from that and what we saw yesterday is that we need to have a sustainable version of protest. Donovan did win as well, right? That was solidified after I started stream. Let's go back to the beginning of the years. Well, why are we discussing it? How that's how. The false Obama nomination, they push got a lot of votes, I'm guessing. I think that's probably a part of it. I would caution against that until we see the demographic breakdowns. We will see it, right? We will see the demographic breakdowns when they come out. Also, Viking eating thing for 27 months, and Couscous thinking for the 12 months as well. Also, Trilly Trail is thinking for the 3 months. Is News Mumrick thinking for the 15 months, and Pickled Radish thinking for 13 months. Usually, the first training story. This one, the Pokemon Company faces lawsuits over executives' hidden bathroom. That is pretty interesting. Anyway, we will get back to election stuff in a second. I have to take a slight aside. To talk about it is bathroom hitting bathroom cameras. That's weird. Yes, we'll cover this as well. A slight aside to talk about FD Signifier being dissed by Killer Mike. I don't know if y'all have seen this. What? What do you mean the video isn't available anymore? Oh. Atlanta, Georgia. It was Killer Mike. Okay. Reminded me that chat is too white. Killer Mike is a rapper. That's kind of all you need to know for this. FD Signifier, he's a black rapper who loves capitalism. He's a faux radical who loves to quote Malcolm X, but loves capitalism. The context is FD Signifier made a video about Killer Mike. Oh, it was a year ago. Wait, sorry. It was 3 years ago. He had a B-sides video, and a year ago he made an actual like full B-sides video about Killer Mike being a capitalist. I guess he talked about it again here. He talked about Killer Mike a little bit, a few times. Um, but just know that like the point and the crux of the matter is that FD Signifier called him a capitalist. That was a core of what was going on. And then I woke up this morning and I saw this tweet. That was like, all these Killer Mike bars are aimed straight at FD. If you know, you know. And here's how it starts.
One phone call, I can get you in the flame. One phone call, I can get you in the flame of the office of the mayor. In talks with the owner of the Hawks and the president and head coach, bitch, I'm a player. Got a badass wife, got a stupid ass body, she's smart enough to play dumb. Got a bad bitch with a little light skin, hit her ice cold like Trey Young. You ain't seen nothing like me, I'm something more like a G. Look at me, guy, sitting here crookedly high, sit on the border of the high. That's a museum, you peon. Shit, they treat me like I'm Dion. Look at the Wolf of P Street. Look at the new Dominique. You think Atlanta? Look what the future gon' be. The future is me. Man, I'ma keep it a buck. I'ma keep getting rich as fuck. I give a damn or fuck about your opinion of me and my partner from Bankhead, we winning about Bankhead seafood and we open that bitch right back up. Fuck is you done? Tired that your dick suckers run by us cause we rich and famous. Top of the back of the list. Move like a capitalist. I'm moving capital, bitch. A rapper's word get heard and help to move policy understate capital, bitch. Reader of books and the leader of crooks. I am the Negro Magneto. We are the villains, no chillin'. We living until life is over. Finito. Finito. Whoa. Finito. Whoa. Die in the
about this environment. This is what the streets are saying. The streets are saying he's really mad about FD's take on his bank. Yes, he is. Like, so I watched this first, and I was like, I mean, I don't know. And then I went back and I watched FD's actual video on it, and I came back and I listened to it again, and then I listened to it one more time. Like specifically this part.
Damn or fuck about your opinion of me and my partner from Bankhead, we winning about Bankhead seafood and we open that bitch right back up. Fuck is you done? Tired that your dick suckers run by us cause we rich and famous. Top of the back of the list. Move like a capitalist. I'm moving capital, bitch. A rapper's word get heard and help to move policy understate capital, bitch. Reader of books and the leader of crooks. I am the Negro Magneto. We are the villains, no chillin'. We living until life is over. Finito. Finito. Whoa. Finito. Whoa. Die.
This is the old song relatively. I mean, if you have the receipts, I'll take a look at it. But like, I mean, the streets be saying it's about FD. I'm just saying. And I will say, Killer Mike is known to throw shots at people who diss him. Specifically, academics who diss him. He has done this before. He has. And I know this because I saw it in FD's video.
All right.
Hold on,
Killer Mike is a hip-hop legend, one of the greatest to ever hold the on this. He even a few years back had a contentious exchange with Dr. Jared Ball, the author of The Myth of Black Buying Power, a book I've talked about more than a few times on this channel, and a book that every so-called black capitalist should read. Something that Mike probably has not read, but it didn't stop him from sneak dissing Dr. Ball on a Breakfast Club interview a while back.
The myth of the black economic spending power. I'm not arguing that with niggas, man. Shouts out your book, my nigga. You know what I'm talking about, and you want me on your show, and I'm never gonna go, right? But there you go, nigga. That makes you happy. I mentioned you.
Mike's love of capitalism and flawed radicalism was never.
He's done it before. That's all I'm saying. He's done it before. He's mentioned and sneak dissed and threw some subliminals and some shots at random academics and authors and scholars for some reason, because they talk about black capitalism. They'll do it again in Avengers Doomsday. And the streets are saying it's about FD. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that the streets are saying it's about FD. I'm relaying you the news. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot me. When it's John Black sneak diss, bro, I've already been sneak dissed, okay? Not even, I've already had a diss track written about me. I've already got mine. I've already got mine. I guess from 2025. I thought you said the song was old. Yeah, I mean, if this is it, I have it on YouTube. It's right here.
Nigga, you just ruined that whole story. Are you
All
proud?
right, so Charlamagne the God went to Killer Mike's podcast. Unfortunately, I don't know the name of the podcast, but we're about to go to the YouTube channel.
Probably.
Which part am I going to?
Right, 30 minutes even. 30
This is,
minutes
this is a cool set.
is flat. We're going to start. I think
Okay,
it's
cool.
like 2 minutes.
It's a tad plasticky along the walls here. I like the lockers though.
Oh, I'm glad we're doing this on your show because I want to say this. Everybody that I see really doing the work for black people gets the most shit. And I say that all the time.
knows I
the
get
way
mine.
the way they come at my good brother Killer Mike, Michael Render, the way they come at people like Jay-Z, the way they come at people like
No, the
Tyler
response was made earlier. I'm saying he put this in as a throwaway. Oh, I mean maybe.
Perry,
Yeah.
the way they come at people like Steve Harvey, and the reason I'm naming
Defending Tyler Perry, bro. Charlamagne is craziness.
those individuals is because
And he's where has saying we need more black billionaires. Okay.
those are the people that I see actually pouring back into black people, whether y'all see it or not, with the job opportunities, you know, with charity, like whatever it is, they're always y'all are always constantly pouring it back into black people. And y'all,
I mean, if this was true, Charlamagne would be able to produce statistics. He'd be able to produce some sort of metric that he can actually speak to. But I don't think he's ever looked it up. Right? Which is what he says I've seen. Where charities need them. Yeah. Right? Show the black employment, how black billionaires have radically changed that. Right? Show where their factories are located. When they're producing products, when they're making clothes and stuff. Right? Because I don't think that they're located in the black communities giving jobs to black people. I guarantee you it's not that. Because then they'd have to be paying living wages and that they'd be beholden to American working standards and things like that. And they don't get their billionaires by being morally ethical about, their and being their supply chain or whatever.
y'all get the most shit
Yeah.
from black people.
Yeah. It's a nigga right now. The problem with Killer Mike, I was I was like, boy, when I see you, it might be a problem. But it's not gonna be a problem.
That's so funny. I watched that video.
Yeah,
I didn't watch the whole thing. I had to turn it off.
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't see what the point he's trying to make.
Yeah. And then at the end,
I mean, that's not a surprise, bro. That is not a surprise.
you just at the end you highlight. You could have used 47 minutes to talk about the what whatever you put in the last 3 minutes. But bigger than that, y'all always ask for money at the end.
After telling you that you ain't shit
you're
for being a black capitalist.
Could I have $10 for my Patreon? I'm like, you piece of shit ass nigga.
You're right.
All
Okay,
right,
this is just. Oh, wait, hold on.
hit pause and then
Oh,
let's
okay,
go.
that's it. I mean, Killer Mike just also doesn't understand what capitalism is. Didn't Mike defend cops during BLM protests? I think it was during Cop City. I'm pretty sure. I think it's annoying. I mean, that's Killer Mike. So you if you think that Killer Mike wouldn't be throwing shots at FD in a song, or throwing a few things here and there, like. It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me. But yeah, speaking of FD, now look at the bad people who watch FD. It's time to look at the good people that watch FD. I.e., my GOAT. Maylock Heroes. You might have seen it on my Twitter. Also, I'm pissed. The year I leave the organization, you're telling me that they're flying and gallivanting across the country doing campaign events? You weren't doing that when I was there? I couldn't have met my GOAT? Crazy. And racism. I said, Mayla name dropping FD shows that she knows ball. Just gotta get her caught up on that Sean the Black guy I've heard about now. Did you decide to do that? No shade? Okay.
Hi, I'm Jory with Gen Z for Change, and I'm here with
Maylock Heroes.
I feel like at this point, a lot of people are familiar with your politics, but if you wanted to give us a quick recap of what you ran on, could you do that?
Okay, you're just coming at my accent because you're racist.
Absolutely. Many out of politics, Medicare for all, housing first, universal child care, and end all wars.
All exciting things. I want to focus a little bit more on your personality, a little bit more about you. Is that okay? What are your favorite creators? Do you watch any creators?
I do. I really like this YouTuber. His name is FD Signifier. Has a background in social work. He's getting a PhD in, I think, sociology at one point. He makes a lot of really cool videos on Black culture, Black politics, and he's just a really cool creator.
What are your
I'm telling you. There's not a there's a likelihood that she knows who I am if she knows who FD Signifier is. Kind of sound like Sean. It does sound like me. You do collab with FD. I like how she acts, she's unsure about how to say his name, but she knows his whole backstory. I mean, I get it. No name drop though. It's a non-zero chance. This is why we have to build these bridges, chat. We have to build these bridges, you know? Because y'all aren't doing the work to evangelize for me. This is what I've learned. It's what I've learned. All right? Hassan has stands to do evangelizing. Mike has stand who do evangelizing. Right? I don't have evangelizing stands. Y'all are like, as soon as y'all leave here, you're like, bro, F that guy. F that Sean the Black guy. He sucks. He sucks and he's horrible and he sucks. That's it. After you mean the sports YouTuber, true. Try to admit. See, I told you. Anyway. Living Renaissance Jack playing it all the time. Oh, you know what? That is true, right? That is true. You are doing that. You only bring me up to pull me into drama, so people call me washed. You don't bring me up to cool people. You bring me up to like weird stands in a Assange chat. No, bring me up to cool people. Bring me up to cool sick people. Also, something that I noticed, because I saw Mason, right, in Michigan. I saw Evan in Michigan. Jory's in Michigan. I'm like, how do y'all have money to go places, bro? Like, I'm wondering where do y'all get the funds to be traveling to like campaign events and stuff? You know what I mean? Right out in Michigan. I wasn't invited to Michigan, number one. Number two, I ain't got the funds for that. I got one trip planned today, and that's where my money's going. Having secret parties. This is true. But America have better public transport. There's public transport. You can get on a Greyhound bus that takes you 5 days to get to Michigan if you want to. Rip Spirit, that's what I'm saying. Atlanta sponsor, real quick, this is true. Because you're on a Greyhound, it's a nightmare. With under your trip with dreams and hopium, yeah. This is why you should drop your subs to me. Right? Drop your subs to me and me specifically. He's almost getting bounced from the ride was really funny. Wait, why? What did Mason do? That sounds like a very Mason thing. I love Mason. Mason's hilarious. Mason's really funny. There's some cool people that I met in LA. They thought he was an op. Really? Or the next Mala's pool party? Mala's don't have pool parties. They have book clubs. Owens did cross country on Amtrak. It was chill, but not the whole country. I like Amtrak. Amtrak is cool. I wish we had high speed rail. I wish we had cross country high speed rail. It would be so sick, bro. Not even like the stereotypical leftist, like, bro, China has high speed, but genuinely, from a genuine perspective, it would be really awesome. You just hop on a train. You're just zipping. Bro, it would be awesome. Amtrak is cool though. It's just a bit slow. These Amtrak and it sucks. The passenger rail priority law isn't enforced. What's passenger rail priority law? Really enjoy your sound effect. Thank you. I do it every time I'm on a train. You know, I'm talking about high speed rail from Montreal to the US of A for like 20 years. That ain't happening. Passenger rail on the books is prioritized over freight. Oh, yeah, that's not happening. How am I gonna get my snackies? You know, suffering like being in a hot train with no AC for 4 hours with your ears popping. Hashtag Italy. I'm not in Europe. I don't go to Europe. I think about Europe. The last place that I would go, one is the UK. I'm not going to the UK. 2, I don't know actually. 3 would be Italy. Yeah. Anyway, this is what I thought about. I was just like, man, right? If she knows who FD is, there's a non-zero chance that she knows who I am. And something I realized, chat. Something I realized is that, like, I think because of how many impressions I get on Twitter, there is a decent chance that there is a lot of people who I don't know, who I think are cool, who have seen my tweets. I am your favorite streamer, after all. Yeah, it just keeps getting better. Yeah, she'd be even better if she followed me specifically. Haley officially conceded. Fine, I'll get to the actual news with the Twitter guy. I am the Twitter guy, unfortunately. Anyway, that's the FD news with the Killer Mike stuff and the mainline stuff. Before I retire from streaming, I'll get an interview from Maylot and Daria Lisa and Chris Rab. It'd be sick and awesome. Get in the booth, FD. In the booth. In the booth. Oh, also, the conclusion to this story with this guy. Yeah, he's banned now. So, just know, if you think you can come in here and just chill, but then go elsewhere and shit talk me, I will ban you here. And it will be funny.
List of things also getting banned. Rush Hour, but only Jackie Chan's parts.
Solo Chris Tucker Rush Hour? I mean, I guess.
Shang-Chi, Fire Marvel movie.
It was for sure one of the better ones.
Bam!
This is an old video. I don't know how I had this one open. I watched this. Yeah,
Singapore. Bam!
That's.
Oh, it was about the TikTok ban. I remember now. Remember when that was going on? Remember when that was happening? And then like they got sold to like Larry Ellison, and now it's like we just all like kind of accepted it.
It's gotta be racist. How do you ban a country from a country? That don't even make sense. Now this one has a couple of stipulations. Fine dining Chinese food restaurants are good to go.
I mean, sounds good. I'm glad that it's not banned. What do they mean by fine dining?
But shitty ma and pop shop hole in the walls are banned.
Whoa!
It's final.
Let me talk to you real quick.
No. This is already.
Let me
no,
talk
please
to
stop.
you real
You stop
quick.
saying that. It's scaring me.
Man.
Guards. Guards. Listen.
Sir. It's so nice meeting you. Love your work. Take care, sir.
Mr. Becker, Mason with Free the Press. Just want to say, why do you hate America, bro?
You got me. You got me.
Have a good one. Yeah.
No.
Sorry, I'm about to get up out of here. Okay.
Oh my God, you're about to. We almost
I was about to get the value, dude.
fucking destroyed.
I like that though. You got security on you.
Josh the Progressive. Nice to meet you. What's good? What's good? I love your videos. This is my boy Mason.
Good to meet you, Josh.
He's
Sir, it's so nice meeting you.
It's pretty funny. He's like, why don't you go that way? I mean, that is W security. That is W security. He's like, all right, time for you to. You can't be doing that. To be fair, I think it's a funny joke. He was ready to fight. Security was about to score up. They were on lock. It was funny. It was pretty good. It was a test. Anyway, it is time to get to news. We'll start with the positives and then we'll get to the negatives. And then we'll get to some other stuff I want to see and look at. This video, which is TikTok debaters have got to go, which I think it features some people that I like in here. I think it's pretty interesting.
Quite a few of my
Donnie interviewed the Pod Boys. There's so much stuff. There's so much stuff. Oh, spoiler.
And this is
Wait, I'm sorry. Does this thumbnail have another thumbnail as its thumbnail? Really, CNN?
and this is what he had to say about the narrowness of this race.
Look, we all understand the responsibility of beating Mike Rogers and Donald Trump, and the things that unite us are so much bigger than the things that divide us, and I think we need to start tapping into those things.
Oh,
And
sorry.
so
Yeah,
all
the context. Abdul one.
the folks who might have supported my opponent, this is a big tent. We're doing the work to defeat him, and then also just to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all.
Now, both of these candidates have said they would support the other, depending on the outcome here. The question, though, Sarah, is about these Democratic voters and the supporters here. Will they unify regardless of the outcome here? Now, the El Sayed campaign, they are acting as though they are the winners here. But again, this race has not been.
They are wrong. The race has been called. Abdul Sayed has won the Michigan primary. It was very close. Acting. This was I think this is before they called it. To be fair, Chad, not to give any credit to CNN here or whatever. This is 8:40 a.m. This is right before they called it.
Called, so it's unclear if he will deliver a speech today. Also unclear if Haley Stevens will. They are looking at the same numbers that we are, and the reality here is that the clock.
It was like I think scarily close is a good way to put it. It's me hand to give her the tier 1. Much appreciated.
It's Mimi and just subscribed.
They caught around 9 a.m. He never lost the lead though. This is true, right? But it got scarily close. Right? It's like 740,000, 950 to 726,057. What is that, like 14,000 votes?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
That's
I live when I believe.
wild.
Daddy OO just subscribed. SDAB dance, SDAB cowboy, SDAB dance.
Red Daddy L, thank you for the 17 months. Stevens almost did a nice comeback. Also, everybody say thank you to Mallory McMorrow. I said it incorrectly. Because, man, if it wasn't for her, it would have been cooked. It would have been cooked. She gave that endorsement to Abdul at 2 a.m. Yeah. after it was pretty much solid, she was like, "All right, Abdul, here's the torch, like the what all might meme. You're the guy now." It's like a little bit late, Mallory. Don't you think? Cue the band dancing video. Oh, do I have it still saved? Hold on. Somebody has to have that video saved. It's one of my favorite videos. Give me answers why were the polls wrong? That is a good question. The polls were wrong because I think exactly. You see Kornacki started to lose his mind around 1 a.m. Do you think I was up at 1 a.m. watching the polls? No. No, I was not. Youth turnout? Like, honestly, I think it was always an uphill battle and people just kind of coped their way through it. Polls included. Polls have always consistently been wrong. I think polls are actually wrong more than they're right. But when they're right, people just assume that like, oh, they're right because they're polls. You know, they have to be right. But they're like literally consistently wrong. Right? So I think Abdul always had an uphill battle to chase against, like, again, a 10-to-1 spending deficit with AIPAC dropping like $70 million. So this is, like, again, him winning shows that like the tides had shifted. Because just take the temperature, they're not predictions. You also take the temperature of the people who are most likely to be sick. You know what I mean? Like you're not gonna take your temperature if you're not feeling sick. If you don't feel like I feel like I have a fever, you're not gonna take your temperature. Right? And so the people who are being polled are more likely to answer, right? If they're enthusiastic about a candidate, and people are usually not enthusiastic about Haley Stevens. Again, she's like a cardboard cutout. People were enthusiastic about Abdul, so they answered, right? They answered enthusiastically. But that's not really necessarily indicative of like the voting demographics. Oh, why'd you add the music? No, I wanted to hear the clapping. I just have to find the original video with the clapping. I just found it. No, not you, chatter. I meant the person who posted it. Gosh darn it. They do favor the politically engaged? Yeah. Right. And I think that energy is good. I think that energy was good. I think the energy is kind of what drove kind of like, you know, the progressives out. But one thing you have to caution yourself with when it comes to like energetic electoral organizing and mobilizing is you don't want to lose sight of like the focus in the, you know what I mean, in the community, right? Because it feels good to be surrounded by like-minded people and to be cheering Abdul, 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 right? You have to make sure that doesn't like cloud your eyes to the fact that there is still work to be done. Right? I don't think that's what happened here. Again, this was always going to be an uphill battle. If Abdul lost this, it wouldn't have been surprising. Right? Because of how much money AIPAC dumped into it. The fact that he won is a win. Right? And we should take that as the win that it is. Right? But I think a good lesson in here is that it is unsustainable. Right? We can't do this in every race. It's not possible. The amount of energy that was put into this race, the amount of time and like focus that was given into this race can't be done for every race that it needs to be done for. And so we need to direct this energy that we have right now into more sustainable channels of activism. Does that make sense? Yeah, like Cory Bush. It can't happen. Objectively, it can't happen, right? In the way that we're doing it now. The only way it can happen is if we build that infrastructure in every place in the country, right? If Cory Bush had the amount of energy that Abdul had on the ground in Missouri, right? Then it would have been closer. Again, it's still a huge hump to get over when it comes to like AIPAC funding, right? But the point that I'm making is that there's still work to be done there, right? This is exactly what I was talking about yesterday, about how like I think people had a lot of like rose-tinted glasses about how close we are to an AOC presidency, right? And how close we are to like, and how prolific, right, progressivism and like like leftist thought is to like winning an election. And it is popular, right? But we don't have that infrastructure yet to mobilize when we need to mobilize, right? And we need to build that. That's what we need to be building, right? And so again, elections are good at galvanizing people, but we need to use elections to funnel people into community spaces so that we're not just spending every 6 months before an election trying to build that up. Does that make sense? Right? Because it's not possible to build up the infrastructure that Zoran had for every single person in this country that needs to win. But it is possible to give people in their communities the tools to build that themselves. And that's what it means to be an organizer, right? And we should take the energy that people feel now with this, because people feel really good about this, right? It feels like we beat AIPAC, because in a way that we did, right? In a way, right? Leftists and on-the-ground organizing beat a superstructure of tens of millions of dollars with grassroots organizing and small dollar donations, right? We need to make sure that that energy is not lost and we're not spending valuable time in 2028 or in 2032, right? Or in 2030 building that again. You know? You also need to connect endorsements. There are a lot of Donovan Haley voters, bro. I saw when I was on a Assange stream. Somebody said it. And that's a problem. Any theories as to what looks like building that infrastructure? I think that's a tough question because there's a lot that needs to be done. It's become a meme now of like leftist just says community and leaves it at that, but it is very much like community driven, community focused organizing, right? Like there's only so much that like outside support can do when there's no community to bolster that support. You know? Like, and there's only so much the national space can do when there's no grassroots community to really bring it to the forefront. And so we need to be like emboldening and empowering people in their own communities, right? To get involved in their communities and take the reins of their own liberation themselves. You feel me? This is what us anarchists call affinity groups. Yeah. Just create our joy in local spaces and educate others. This is what I'm gonna be fine with original audio. Make we're all clapping. Okay, this can't be the only one. No beef to you, Chatter. I promise you, I have it somewhere. I will find it. I'm like, It's the most shaky. Okay, I'll show it to you because it's really funny. It's the most shaky cam video I've ever seen in my life. Oh, okay, cleared up. As to the aura, not gonna lie. I want to meet a Haley Donovan voter is going with them. Honestly, I think part of it may very well be like Islamophobia. I think like, Islamophobia may be like a really like large part of like that dynamic. Islamophobia and thinking that he's anti-Kamala. She gives me such Kamala vibes. Yeah, because she's lived up. Right, but he pulled it through. He pulled it through, and I think there is a time to celebrate for that. Right, there's a time to celebrate the win here. You feel me? Because it is a win. It's not the ultimate win. It's the penultimate win. There's still the general, and we still have to kind of force the liberals on board to beat Mike Rogers. I think that's a easier battle than this was. Right? But like, you know, there's going to be a lot of money in that race too. You're going to see the same sort of things come up. And we'll see how Haley Stevens reacts to this loss. I think that's going to be a big part of like, where her voters are going to go. Thank you. Yes. This is it. That's funny. Jurational, I dare say. True. Dare you say. Dare I say. But yeah, this is a good thing though. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. This is positive, right? It's just it is bittersweet. I saw a clip yesterday of an old lady saying she'd rather vote for a communist than an AIPAC funded candidate. Yeah, I think again, I would like to see this matched up with the eligible voting demographics, right? Of Michigan. Like, how many people stayed home? And is that a constituency that we can activate? Right? Because again, I believe in winning it at all is an upset. No matter what the polling said, right? Beating a $70 million complex, right? Smearing you as a terrorist is an upset, right? It's a complete upset. This is a win, fully a win. And we should take that win. How do we convert that win into wins in the future is a wider conversation. I'm not gonna sit here and bash on this being a win. It is a win. It is an L for AIPAC. Right? They threw like $70 million down the drain. Right? I think this is a good example of like people are. I think this is a great example of people are unrealistic when it comes to numbers. Right? Including leftists. And like leftists have always been bad with polling because polling's always been bad. Right? But like knowing the state of where people are has always been an L for like how leftists have done electoralism. You feel me? Again, the only time where it was like actually like overrepresented of like a candidate was like more popular than polling represented them, it was like what is it? Did my stream drop? No, I'm still good. The only time that it was overrepresented was Zohar Mamdani, right? Percentage of people on the couch is really hard to estimate, which is why you should always be conservative with your numbers, right? And so, like, I agree with Hassan, who people who are like, bro, this is in the bag. Go to Missouri. Go to Missouri. This is already in the bag for Abdul. Like, I think he's correct, right? To be wary. You know what I mean? Because you should always be conservative with how like large you think your gap is, right? Because you should never count on the American populace to be logical. You should always account for that. Always account for that. Let's continue with this video.
Clock is ticking between now and in November, but in many of these close elections, particularly here in Wayne County, we have to wait for all of these votes to be counted. But the Stevens campaign sees some hope in these mail-in votes. They did very well on mail-in votes that were coming in later yesterday. So we shall all take a deep breath and watch as the votes are counted and coming in. But there is no doubt this race is much narrower than expected. I asked Abdul El Sayed about that. He said it was humbling, and he said that the polls in the final days obviously were not right. That's why they kept working. The Stevens campaign also was expecting not this close of a finish here. So again, we shall see how these votes proceed. But there's one thing is clear. Mike Rogers is the Republican nominee. The unknown is, will Democrats unify regardless of who is ultimately declared the winner? Sarah?
That's right. With right now at this hour, just under, this says 1%, but it's actually just under 1%, the difference in this race. And you and I have been in Wayne County, in Detroit, seeing how they count the ballots.
Something with understanding why there was such a hands-off approach when it came to Corey. I talked about it a little bit earlier. I think anti-blackness did play a big role in it. I think there's no better way to describe it other than like anti-blackness. People saying Corey shouldn't try again, but rooting for Kamala for a third time. I don't know what you are. I think it's anti-blackness, right? Because like, I think people genuinely just don't really like Cori Bush because I think Cori Bush doesn't like have like the look that they want, and so they just kind of ignored her. And now that she's lost, they're like, whew, okay, now that she's gone, we can get somebody else in there. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I've been seeing. Like I saw one from like I don't know if I saved it. I didn't. I saw one from like a polling account that was like, Corey's either gonna like win by 15 or lose by 25. No in between. Like before the polling even polls even close. And it's just like
AIPAC.
Okay, we'll get to this in a second as well. It's just kind of gross. Me and Jane, when I say years in this space, I haven't felt positive engagement with Corey, so it feels like I'm missing something fatal about her that no one is mentioning. I got a pro-platinum, got my pro-platinum black dude, really? I think something that I've heard is that people just don't like Corey as like a communicator, right? I think it's because I don't think she like fits a like look or a vibe that they're going for. This is what people were saying when Corey was on the stream with Hassan. Like they were saying, like Corey's just not a good communicator, kind of thing. Because they don't want somebody who's human, right? Like, she was emotional when she was speaking. And like we talked about it here. I remember we talked about it. There was a chatter in here who said that. People on Twitter. No, people in Hassan's chat. Somebody in here came in and said that. Right? They said that she's not a good communicator. They don't like she doesn't fit the mold of electability. People don't want to say it. Like leftists don't want to say it, but they still adhere to electability arguments. Right? It's kind of like what we talked about with Hassan yesterday. The electability discussion, right? And when you are a Black woman, you have a higher barrier to surmount. You have to have aesthetics is a good word, right? You have to have a certain look. You have to speak a certain way. You have to do certain things to have a certain appeal. And if you don't do that, you're not going to attract that sort of support. You know? I mean, it's kind of Francesca Hong vibes. She's okay as a communicator, but she's genuine. Francesca Hong is also getting this exact. This is a great point. Francesca Hong is getting this exact same thing right now. The exact same thing from leftists right now. Currently, right now. I don't know if you've seen it. Like, people coming at her for like her Thanksgiving tweets, and people saying that she's too woke one or whatever. Like, she needs to stop with this woke one stuff because it's off-putting to people. Right? This is a thing that you're seeing. You know, when Graham Plattner cries about his time in the military, he's, oh wow, he's a small being, he's genuine, he's sad. But like, when you talk about your experiences and how you've seen white supremacy manifest itself, and how you've seen your proximity to whiteness and how you benefited from it, right? You're genuine in that regard. It's like, oh, you're too woke. You're being too woke right now. Being too woke is a good thing, though. Not anymore. And that's the problem with like the dark woke discussion. You know what I mean? And so I think I think Kat also got this as well. You see a common thread or common trend we have here, right? About like women in politics being seen as like poor communicators, right? Being seen as like poor communicators. They can't communicate well, and therefore, like, you know, they lost this so far. So what? It is what it is. So they just don't get the support to the same degree. Like let us do electability as well. Let us also do electability. It's just slightly different because they'll just like ignore somebody they don't find as electable. You know, let us also do id poll. Let us also do id poll. Indeed. Dark woke isn't even real. People are just racist, misogynistic, etc. But they want you to disguise it in the form of woke. All they do is tarnish that term. If they're white men, they're all over them. Yeah. And that's part of the reason why Cori Bush was ignored in the way that she was. Right? It's partially because of that. Right? Because again, you have to understand, you can't win all elections. It's impossible to invest all the attention into every election. And so the wider left has to choose its battles. And so what battles do you think they're going to choose? You know? You can brush off their leaves a colonizer tweet. They can brush off the Thanksgiving tweet. Gets F. I think location has a lot to do with it as well. I think location has a lot to do with it. I think and that's why I think Abdul winning is such an upset. It's because like Abdul was like the first like DSA backed candidate to win that's not on like one of the BICOs, right? Not California, not New York, not Philadelphia. You know, everywhere else, and this is an important note, everywhere else just hasn't found success, not because they can't win, but because they require a little bit more attention. It's a little bit more care in detail to give them the attention that they need to actually pull through. And there's just not that investment. Donovan too has more. Oh, Donovan as well, of course. Yeah. Right, Maylot. To be fair, Maylot didn't get national attention. It's kind of the point that I was making. Right? Maylot got attention, like I think a few. So never forget Maylot. Okay, chill. Let me sip. She's my favorite. She's my fave. So after she was elected, yeah. Right, but I think that's a part of the Cori Bush conversation, right? Progressives in charge for 2028 if Abdul wins that seat. I don't agree. Like in charge of what? There will be a more like progressive like stranglehold, but you have to remember that these seats aren't really a lock. The Senate's good. Yeah, the Senate is good, right? That's 6 years. We're solid. But you have to remember that Cori Bush lost her seat. Jamal Bowman lost his seat. You will be losing these seats when AIPAC comes back and spins the block for round 2. You know what I mean? And that's something we have to recognize. See liberals saying that Cori focused too much on foreign policy issues and didn't have a strong voting record, apparently. I mean, yeah, they're lying. Because she got outspent 27-1. That's the chief concern with Cori Bush. She got outspent 7-1. Sorry, 27-1. And in order to get over that hump, right? That's the number one thing, right? That's the first thing. In order to get over that requires careful attention that she did not receive. That is an insane amount of money you can't just happen to win against. It would have needed to be a concerted effort for the entire progressive movement of the country to push for Cori Bush to win. You know what I mean? And she just didn't have that support for a multitude of different reasons. I think partially because she's a Black woman and that there is a level of anti-Blackness and electability arguments that I think leftists engage with as well. I think partially because she was going up against the incumbent who she lost her seat to, and that's a hard barrier to overcome. Right? I think the fact that it was in Missouri is another barrier to overcome. It's a very hard thing to do. Right? I don't think losing that race is any slight against Cori Bush as a person. It is a very difficult thing to do. Right? Being outspent that much, you don't get to choose the focus, and the media forces foreign policy questions. Yeah. Yeah. It's a tough situation. It's a really tough situation. And I don't know if there's nothing that any individual person could have done. Hassan couldn't have saved Cori Bush. I don't think Cori Bush could have saved Cori Bush. She would have needed to have Graham Plattner level of attention to have beaten Wesley Bell. Right? And we can have a wider conversation about why Graham Plattner got that attention and she didn't. Right? But that's the point, is that she would have needed that level of attention to overcome that spending deficit. Got from my hotel from the Abdul watch party, so I missed my flight. Started crying at Abdul's speech at the airport. I was definitely sad about Aisha Faroki and Cori Bush. Yeah, Cori needs to carry back another district if she wants to be back in Congress, unfortunately. Unfortunately. It sucks. It does suck. Right? Wesley Bell is too entrenched and he's too rich. He has too much AIPAC money. And he has no qualms about taking it. And he's backed by the establishment. She has a hugely uphill battle to face. The controversy helped Plattner stay in the media cycle even before the sexual assault allegations. Yeah, but him being defended by leftist media pushed him into the kind of the forefront of being in the conversation of being a good candidate, you know? Cori Bush got attacks, a lot of attacks. She didn't get the defense. If Cori Bush got defended, in that same sort of way, it could have helped. But, you know, it's rough. Many communist billionaires are fun candidates like AIPAC / S Doomer. The problem with that is that communist billionaires get arrested. But there's one like the PSL billionaire guy got arrested recently, I'm pretty sure. Was it Senate race though? I mean, Senate race or not, like I mean, I'm just telling you what it is. You can contextualize it by saying it's a Senate race, so therefore it's fine. I'm just telling you that like she would have needed that level of support to have won. You get arrested, they're trying to target him. Oh. But what in China, the other guy got arrested. Oh, okay. I understand. She had no national defense, no national coverage, and no endorsements. She got some endorsements, but again, they were like bottom of the ninth inning, 11:59 an hour endorsements. Like they were like people didn't care. I don't think people really cared about Cori Bush winning that race. Like, funnily enough, the only person I really saw that cared was like Hassan. Like genuinely, the only person that I actually saw care about Cori Bush winning her race was Hassan. I only heard her mention when there was a month left. Caroline. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, of like the like national apparatus. Polls were showing Abdul being 10 points ahead. Polls in 2026 are cooked. Oh, for sure. And Jamal Bowman. I mean, Jamal Bowman's for everybody. Jamal Bowman is cool. He's like the best cheerleader. It's an unfortunate situation. How could Hartzell have done better? It feels like he was largely overlooked on the left, unfortunately. I think it's a similar situation, right? A similar situation of being in Kansas City, not necessarily being the focus that people really cared about. You know? I was gonna definitely run it back. I feel it was close. No, for sure. For sure. That Corey and Hartzell were footnotes always referenced for diversity, left behind in all other meaningful ways. I think that's definitely a part of it. Right? I think a huge part of the attention that they did get, I'm not even just like Hartzell, but like Donovan as well to a certain extent. I think it came from the fact that you had like Maylot and Chris Rabb and Daria Lisa do so well. That kind of piqued people's attention when it came to like black socialists. They were like, hold on a second. And then like there was like they saw a few other black socialists writing. They're like, okay, we can go over this. We can get this. You know? And it's kind of brings back to like the wider discussion is that like Hassan was saying this yesterday. Somebody has a clip you can look at it about talking about like why didn't he go to St. Louis? Hassan can't be everywhere, right? And I think the problem is that a lot of Hassan's audience looks to Hassan directly about like when to donate, where to give their time to, where to phone bank, right? And so Hassan literally can't be everywhere and do everything. There has to come a time where you as a person who is watching Hassan has to be like, I live in Kansas City. There's somebody running in my area. Let me go help them out. Right? Hassan cannot teach you that. Like, he cannot, like, you know, give you that. Right? He literally can't do everything. It is an impossibility. Right? And right now he's trying. He's attempting to. Which why Hassan I have no beef with Hassan right now. Like he gets full credit from me when it comes to this primary season. Because he's trying his best. There's only so much he can do. Yeah. And he did go to St. Louis, yeah. Why don't they just talk to their local organizing leaders? That's the problem. That's the issue. I want to cancel Hassan. is like they need to take the energy that Hassan is imparting onto them, and if they themselves don't want to do that, right? If they only want to like, you know, listen to whoever's doing the interviews and stuff, then they gotta watch people who are doing the interviews. You know, watch Caroline and give Caroline the support when Caroline's doing the interviews. You know what I mean? Watch Frogan. Frogan did an interview with Oliver Larkin. When Frogan's doing the interviews, right? Give other people the Hassan buff so that they also have the power to help push people towards election cycles, right? Towards electoral change, right? So we need two Hassans. In order to have two Hassans, you have to make two Hassans, right? You gotta watch other people to make more Hassans. If you want Hassan to literally be in two places at once, you gotta make another Hassan. You gotta clone the man, right? Now we know that that's not gonna happen. I know, not you specifically, Chatter. Like, I'm not coming for you when I say you. I mean, like, in general, like, we have to, like, you know, to share the load, right? We can't have the expectation that Hassan is going to, like, single-handedly make or break elections, because that's how liberal media is treating him, right? Liberal media is treating him in that way. Liberal media is pushing him in that role, and he just can't do that. You know? It's funny you're spelling out the consequence of why Hassan didn't want to be the Joe Rogan of the left. It's literally this exactly. It shouldn't just be one guy. Yes. But, and funnily enough, they're literally calling him the Joe Rogan of the left unironically now. They're going up to him, Hassan, you're the Joe Rogan of the left. How does it feel? Right? Because this is also the media's fault, because the media is also treating him like the Joe Rogan of the left. Right? But that's the issue, is that it's not going to work, because Hassan cannot be there for every single person. And if Hassan did, it wouldn't be as effective. Right? If Hassan gave every candidate as much time as he gave Abdul or Zoran, one, it wouldn't work because there wouldn't be that much time in a day, right? But it also wouldn't be as effective as it is. You know, it just wouldn't. And so that's something that, like, the audience needs to, like, to get from this. They need to get, not, I need to just listen to whatever Hassan tells me. When Hassan shows me a candidate, I need to listen to, like, I need to be like, oh, that guy, I'll support that guy, right? They need to be like, okay, the tenets that Hassan says to support is support progressive candidates in primaries. They need to go look up in their local area and be like, hey, who is a local progressive in my primary? And they need to go door knock for that person. Right? That's how you actually get to the effective organizing part. You know? It doesn't really have an impact on voters. The impact is on the audience going out to volunteer. That's what I think people are missing when they call him a kingmaker. But again, that's the issue, is that, like, if that's where the influence stops, it's leaving out, like, I think it's doing those even those organizers and those volunteers a disservice if they are only volunteering where Hassan tells them to go, right? Because then Hassan's basically playing, like, Sims or, like, I don't know, Total War. He's, like, grabbing and selecting huge groups of people. He's like, 1,000 people, you go over there. 1,000 people, you go over there. Instead of trying to impart knowledge, and they internalize that knowledge and they go out and they do the stuff, you know? RTS gaming. It is like RTS, basically. And again, it's useful and it's impactful. I'm not saying that it's not useful. AIPAC statement will continue to back Rogers. That's not at all surprising. The one thing I do, I can take solace with this, is burning more money on fire. Real-time socialism. And there's some room for optimism here. Some people need a push to get involved, and I expect the some will continue to future elections if they stay engaged. I mean, I'm not saying this as like as a pessimistic thing, right? I'm saying this fully from an optimistic point of view, right? You would know if I was pessimistic, right? The point is that there is a lesson that we can learn from, right? Like Abdul winning and Cori Bush losing. And that is like we are the change, and it's up to us to bolster that even outside of like electoralism, right? Because again, if we establish a community focused approach in our communities, right? If we do mutual aid, if we do union organizing, we do tenant organizing, right? Cori Bush wouldn't have lacked endorsements, right? If no, okay, this is not a beat towards the St. Louis DSA or like leftists in St. Louis, right? But if we bolster that infrastructure, if we get people out of their houses and into their communities there, right? She doesn't need as much national attention because that attention's already there. Right? And our goal should be to bolster that attention. How do we bolster that attention? How do we get people involved in their communities? Right? In that way, so that it's sustainable, so that it sustains upon itself. Right? That's, I think, is a very interesting and important question. Organizing is hard, and when people seem unshakable in their pessimism, sometimes people are so about themselves that they see anything trying to change, they see it as an attack on themselves. Yeah, that is just everywhere, though. Coalition building in the South is hard mode. Yeah, it is. We'll get to this in a second. If we make communities more resilient and better at solving their own problems, we can help more people faster than any one election could. Exactly. Exactly. Right? And this is a big problem with No Kings. Right? Millions of people show up to No Kings. Millions of people show up to No Kings. They show up and then they protest and then they bump and they bump and they bump and they bump and they bump. And then nothing, right? Because it's all catharsis. It doesn't lead to anything. They go home and then they go back to their jobs and nothing ever changes, right? And so what I'm saying is that we need to make sure that like progressive electoralism does not lead to that same sort of catharsis and pressure release, right? People are so invested right now in Abdul winning, right? And they may be disillusioned by Cori losing. And it's our job to take them, right? And then to push them into on the ground organizing in their communities, right? To give them a place so that their organizing continues while that builds so that next time they are more effective. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Jeez Louise.
Streamer universities.
Sorry, not that.
Here,
I'll finish
this takes a while, but we will see. We could have it this morning. We will see what happens in the end. Jeff Zeleny, thank you so much for all your great reporting overnight and for us this morning.
We are watching this race get tighter in Michigan.
Okay, so we have that. CNN. Oh, jeez Louise, Wolf. Gosh darn it, that was freaking loud. It's been calling for Abdul here. And now we have Haley Stevens conceding. I love Michigan. I'm proud to have put up my hand to serve. I spoke with Abdul a few moments ago to offer him my full support as we work together to defeat Mike Rogers this November. Thank you, Michigan. And I'll get to what AIPAC said in a second. But I want to see. I don't know if Abdul had a statement either. I haven't seen it. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I've seen some moderates like doing victory laps for some reason. But here.
Cannot project that progressive Abdul El Sayed has clinched Michigan's Democratic.
Organizing for sure. It's very strange to me that every DSA chapter has different requirements for endorsing progressive candidates. I am entirely with you there. I fully agree. Cohesiveness, in my opinion, would be a big plus when it comes to organizing. Yeah, I completely agree. I understand like chapter autonomy and stuff. Oh, here.
All right, we're going to begin this hour with the man at the center of a huge debate among Democrats, Michigan Senate
Yeah, it
candidate.
wasn't a bad
Dr.
take. No, I
Abdul El
agree. I think like it would really help avoid things like some candidates getting genuinely shafted when they are DSA aligned, when you have like a national like standard for like when you endorse, when you don't endorse. It also will avoid stuff like Graham Plattner and like the whole like voting recommendation debacle that happened there. It's a mess. It's a mess. And have a national board of all DSA chapters. There is a national like committee. I don't know how much power they have. I know that they passed some like resolutions. It's strange.
Sayed, who is narrowly ahead in the race to be his party's nominee. CBS News says the race is still too close to call. El Sayed is a progressive and his win would be...
Everybody else called it. I do a press conference like an hour ago. Wait, nobody told me. Gosh darn it.
The energy, the enthusiasm, and the fight is on the...
Stay in this...
Oh, it's her. Sorry. We'll see what she has to say.
Later. I got to serve with Mallory McMorrow in the Senate. She has been one of the best fighters for...
Yeah, Michigan has some of the weirdest collection of accents I've ever heard in my life. Am I crazy on this? Some of the strangest collection of accents I've ever heard in my entire life. There's like no cohesion there.
For Michigan, someone who has always stood up, someone who knows how important this election will be, somebody who helped get us a trifecta to change Michigan for the better, for people. My friend, State Senator Mallory McMorrow.
That's just Obama White.
Good morning, Michigan. Good morning.
Oh, he put a suit on. Also,
Dem-
no tie. That's a man after my own heart.
Everybody get a little bit of sleep last night? We're doing okay? I'm State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and I am so proud to be here this morning. It is an exciting morning in Michigan.
See, no tie minutes, people. That's what I'm saying.
And I know that this was a long and brutal primary. Take it from me, I lived through it personally. But what is most important now is that we recognize that for all of the differences we may have had in this primary, that those differences pale in comparison to the contrast that
Why
we
is she
face.
still there? Solidarity and all that or something? I don't freaking know.
In November. Now, in pure Michigan fashion, I had made a commitment earlier that no matter what happened in this race, that I was going to endorse the nominee the minute the race was called and that I would be at their party. Well, Michigan decided maybe we're not going to the parties last night. So this morning, with all of you, this is the party. This is the start of a celebration of all of us coming together. Now, I want to say to my supporters, to the supporters of Congresswoman Stevens who fought hard, and to the Congresswoman herself, thank you. Thank you for putting your name on a ballot. Thank you to everybody who volunteered. Thank you to everybody who organized. Thank you to everybody who poured your heart and soul into these campaigns for almost the last 2 years. We need all of you, all of us, to stay.
And thank you, Mallory McCrow, for splitting the lib vote. We would not be here without exactly. We would not be here without you.
In this fight every minute.
I'm not even being sarcastic. I'm being completely sincere. Like literally, without her, like Stevens would have won. Like
forward, because I can promise you that today Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are looking at Michigan and they are hoping that these family fights that we had, the disagreements within the Democratic Party, are the fights that we're going to retain through November. They will be hoping that we are either too hurt because
sorry, I was eating chips. You can go for it, Chatter. Feel free to spread the message far and wide. Unless it's like a hater doing that. In which case, you can't do it if you're a hater. Otherwise, you're free.
we or our candidate lost, or too proud because our candidate won to not be willing to reach across and bring somebody in, or just to be too sad to move forward. Well, this morning, are we ready to show the rest of the country what Michigan is made of? Are we ready to show the rest of the country what it looks like when Michigan fights and wins? Are we ready to do it alongside a fellow girl parents? And I just want to give a huge amount of credit. I mean, look, this is an ugly business sometimes, and I just got to meet Sarah Abdul, thinking about our girls and the future that it's going to mean for them in this state and in this country. That's why I'm here today. I know that we share a why. I know that we all care about making a better future for our kids. And that is why I could not be more proud to introduce you to now officially the Democratic nominee to become the next United States Senator from the great state of Michigan. Please join me in welcoming Abdul El-Sayed.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, it feels nice. That's a positive. Not the besties, but like AIPAC lost $70 million. I take that W, bro. It makes me feel good down in my heart, you know?
I just want to say how grateful I am to my colleague, Senator McMorrow, Chairman Hertel, to all of our incredible supporters here. What a race. You know, in the words of Muhammad Ali, we shook up the world. And I want to say, just first and foremost, how grateful I am for the opportunity to participate in democracy. Now, my family immigrated to this country from a place where there is not democracy. You cannot just put your hand up and run. And the ability to do this.
Wait, was that a diss? Because Haley Stevens literally said that she put her hand up and ran, or to serve. Okay, slightly different. Nah, it wasn't a diss. I want to imagine that it is.
Our voices.
Stop drama farming. Let me drama farm.
To select our leaders.
Fine, whatever. We all need to come together to beat Mike Rogers or whatever. We need to reach across the aisle, sure.
It is a gift that sometimes we take for granted. So to have participated means so much.
These people
suck. To my fellow participants, I just want to say how grateful I am to you, Senator McMorrow. You ran an incredible race. You fought to end corporate corruption in our politics. You took on the power of AIPAC. You were willing to speak truth to a level of power that sometimes is unbeatable. And I just want to say thank you and how grateful I am to have your support here today. I cannot wait to see what you do next. And I hope that for as long as I'm in this work, that we can be in this work together. Thank you. Yeah. To my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Haley Stevens, we shared a great conversation this morning. And I know that it was a bitter end to this very long primary, but I also know that Haley brings the best of herself to her work. She is one of the most committed public servants that you'll ever meet. She loves democracy like I love democracy. And whatever differences that we might have had in the primary, they pale in comparison to what unifies us. A recognition that so long as we want to keep our democracy, that democracy better be working for people, and that all of us have to come together to make sure that we never let Mike Rogers see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So, Congresswoman, thank you for your race. And I have to say a few more thank yous.
We talked about Cori Bush a little bit earlier. We'll talk about Cori Bush a little bit after this as well. Because again, I think it's an important discussion to have. Cori has been 27-1. She's name ripped capture erases. It was the hardest to win this cycle. Leclerc. Yeah.
Before we talk about where we're going next, first I got to thank my wife, Sarah.
Yeah.
I really, when we decided,
I need somebody to put it on for the single boys out there. We need single representation in Congress. I'm waiting for it.
Decided to jump into this race. I knew that it was going to be tough for me, but I also knew that it was going to be particularly tough on our family. And the fact that she held it down alongside her medical practice, alongside making sure that our daughters didn't experience this without.
I'm sorry. I would like to think my situationship is crazy. That's how I would. Okay, if I ever get elected and I'm single, I'm saying that. That is really funny. That is really funny. That is hilarious.
Thinking life was just normal. That takes just an extraordinary amount of effort and sacrifice. So I just want to say how grateful I am to you, love, and I'm so honored and thankful that we get to continue this. 20 years on has been a hell of a ride. I owe her a 20th anniversary on our 21st anniversary because we definitely didn't get one of those this year. To my daughters, I know that they're not watching, but you know, I wish this meant I get a little bit more time with you, but give me 3 more months. To everybody who put their shoulders into the work, anybody who made a contribution, who knocked on a door, who made a phone call, who put yourself into this democracy, who gave us your stake in democracy, this movement, this moment is for you. And I just can't.
I'm not identifying with Cory Booker. I refuse.
Say how grateful I am to have earned the votes that we got. We took on a machine. You're not supposed to be able to beat $70 million of outside spending. A record amount of money spent in a campaign against a Democrat in a primary in any campaign. You're not supposed to be able to beat that. And what we showed is that the power of our many is greater than the power of their money. What we showed is that if you're willing to build a movement brick by brick, if you're willing to go and travel your state and have the conversations in rooms big and small, starting in moments when people aren't even paying attention to an election, but are paying attention to the price of gas and the price of groceries and the price of housing and the price of healthcare, that you can build a conversation that builds into a movement that defeats Goliath.
He's spitting. And I know this is not the point of discussion. But is this guy here not the most hipster guy you've ever seen in your entire life? He had the beanie. He's like a jean, overalls. Right, he has a guitar strapped to his side. Right, with the fanny pack. Right? Multiple rings. Like the most hipster guy ever. He's dope, you mean? Oh no, for sure. For sure. But like you gotta call it like it is, you feel me?
This is what you all
compare more of to be fair.
And
who doesn't, you know?
My hope is that our democracy will never be the same.
Overall, just so top. I think it's overall.
Pharma and big tech, when DTE and Blue Cross come a knocking saying, you know what, this is our democracy and we're going to own it, From here on out, we can always point and say, no, this is the people's democracy, and we will always own it. This would not have been possible without the incredible efforts of so many allies and allied organizations. I gotta give a special thank you to my first endorsers. Bernie Sanders, the OG, who came in on day one, put his entire shoulder in the work. I just hope that I can help to carry some of that load in the fight for working people and Medicare for all that he's been carrying for all of this time. To the UAW, the unbeatable, indomitable UAW.
Did y'all see Sean Fain is apparently potentially eyeing president run? He's great, the main consultant on Abdul's campaign. Wait, are you serious? Stop. JD Vance is actually speaking it into existence, bro.
Working with us. We don't want the next administration, whoever, God forbid, you're going to have President El Sayed in 3 years. We don't want him.
God forbid, you mean God willing. Do you not have any hopes and dreams? Does Israel not come to you in your dreams and say, yo, buckle up, buddy? Buckle up, buddy, we're going for a ride.
Him to undo all the incredible work that we've been doing when we've been taking out the fraudsters.
Why would he say that? I have no idea.
And saving the American people money and are working with us. We don't want
His
the
name
next
is
administration,
a matter of Marco
whoever,
Bill or something.
God forbid, you're going to have President El Sayed in 3 years. We don't want him to.
Yo, if they're afraid, I'm happy. I'm happy about that.
Son of immigrants, son of a father who came to this country to build cars. I gotta say that this is still the best place in the world to make an automobile, and that is because of the fighting UAW. But it's also the best place in the
mad at those supporters for pretending to be Haley Stevens supporters saying that she supports Israel. Are you talking about Walter Masterson? I know Walter.
World.
I've met Walter a few times.
To build a family because of the fighting UAW.
I'm pretty sure.
And our work is about making sure that the folks who want to sell our democracy off to corporations and special interests don't get to take that away, and I stand in lockstep with our UAW sisters and brothers. To the AFT, the National Nurses United, the AFGE, the AAUP, thank you so much for your work. To all of the advocacy organizations who made this possible on the ground. Folks like the PCCC and Move On. Folks like the Working Families Party.
Do you think Abdul now ditches Hassan publicly like Mamdani did? I don't think Mamdani ditched Hassan publicly. Am I crazy? That was a lot of letters.
All of the constituency organizations who knocked on doors and made phone calls, thank you so much for putting...
I don't think he did. I think Mamdani is just busy doing his job. He never appeared next to him again after the interview, as far as I know. I mean, to be fair, I don't think he needed him at that point. I don't think they were beefing or anything like that. Higher chance Hassan moves on to other political campaigns. Yeah. Hassan's road naturally ends when the nominee is elected. Yeah, like I think that yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. He did after the election.
Your shoulder.
Do they need it for the primaries? Yeah, like Hassan's role is to like get him over the hump for the primary. Right? Once they fall in line, once the liberals fall in line for the general, like it's a way easier battle. Significantly easier battle.
To the work. I also have to thank all of our endorsers, 300 strong,
so often mentions
who came in, spent their time with us, came from just down the street or came from across the country to talk about what it looks like to build a movement of the people, by the people, and for the people. I want to say how grateful I am to you. He just wants to
keep it away from Fox News. I don't think Hosaran cares personally. So I'm saying appearing next to him in public. But the way the framing of that question is like, I don't think it's like choice of like Zohran Mamdani after the primary to be like, no more Hassan Piker, right? Does that make sense? Like, I don't think it's like, and I think it's more likely that like Abdul is more like, okay, you know, we're gonna focus on the general, and like Hassan is like himself going to be like, okay, we're gonna focus on like Francesca Hong, whose primary is coming up soon, right? And he's like has less of a focus on Abdul's race specifically. You know what I mean? I think that's more likely than like Abdul's like, all right, thanks Hassan. Now you can't be near me anymore, kind of thing. We've grown apart. It's not you, it's me. It's Florida race. Oliver Larkin. Isn't it like the 14th? 18th. Okay. It is late, bro. Why is it so freaking late? Yeah, election day is August 8th. That's so late. Everything's already gone. People have moved on. Or like an Elijah Manley. Primaries being so late. Yeah, because it's a big country. Boo! Boo!
Campaign brick by brick. Back in April, I remember talking to a room of 5 people in a discussion that most people will never clock, but it was an opportunity for us to share a honest conversation about pain and about purpose. And I've been able to have 500 more of those discussions over the past 15 months. I trained to be a doctor, and the single most important moment that makes a clinical encounter is that moment that somebody shares their pain with.
I was going to say this. I was trying so hard to not say this. I was going to go like full like Visco girl. And I had to take like a deep breath and be like, don't say it. Don't say it.
With you believing that you could do something about it. I don't practice medicine, as has been well documented by all of you. But I hope that I get to practice that part of things. And I've been able to practice it, but it requires people being willing to share their pain with you so that you can do something about it.
That is at Mallory.
A moment, a piece of vulnerability people give you because they believe that you can actually fix it. It's an investment, sure, in a campaign, but it more is an investment in democracy. And as we traveled our state, we were in living rooms in Lansing, VFW halls in Escanaba, basements in Grand Rapids, churches in Detroit. I got to meet so many of you, Michigan, so many. And you shared both what caused pain, but also what brought purpose. And we forged a movement out of that to get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all to guarantee health care in this country.
Maybe. Jen Carlo, thank you for the 4 months. Much appreciated. Also, the Stoy, thank you for the Prime. Secretary of Trans Tifa, thank you for the 22 months as well. Much appreciated.
And for our troubles, the corporations, the special interests, who would rather get to decide who our elected officials are than let us decide who our elected officials are, they spent an unprecedented amount of money to beat us. Attack ad after attack ad after attack ad after attack ad. Wall-to-wall ads. But it turns out that the commercials are the part of the television show most people don't want to watch. It turns out that you can spend as much money as you want on lies, but it doesn't make them true. It turns out that when you're able to reach out and dignify somebody's pain, people remember that a lot more than a 30-second ad played on a loop on television.
True.
And it turns out that when the people want something in this democracy of ours, the people can get that thing if we're willing to do the work of that. And that's exactly what Michiganders up and down the state showed. 12,000 volunteers knocking nearly 10,000 doors a day to defeat an unprecedented amount of outside money, $70 million. But right now, as bitter and...
I think it's interesting to have to balance this line of like not being too mean to Haley Stevens, but like, yo, she got $70 million to try to take him down. Like, that's kind of crazy.
As divisive and as cynical as the campaign against us might have been, I want us to realize
she didn't get that like $70 million,
that,
but like she did get a bunch of ads for sure. Like she was. And to be fair, a lot of it was her doing it for the love of the game.
Unites us now. Because the campaign
$207 million
that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump and their GOP MAGA allies are launching is already more bitter. All you got to do is look at the ads you're already watching on TV, started today. You know, they think that you want to use my whole name against me. Mike, listen, man, if you can't say the name, it's Abdurrahman, keep the name out your damn mouth. Okay. I'll be happy to give you lessons.
Pull the Zoran out. Respect.
But they understand that the only way that they think they can win is to drag us into the mud, to believe the worst about each other, to believe that what divides us is bigger than what unites us. They want us to think that the reason some of us ain't got is because of other people got. But it turns out that the reason so many of us ain't got is because of the system that has corrupted our politics to take it away from us. And that is the thing that we are taking on now. That movement to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all, it is a big movement. So if you supported me or you didn't...
I didn't want to say anything about it. I'll just let him cook.
Did not support me. If you voted for Vice President Harris in 2024 or you voted for Donald Trump, if you believe like me that you ought to be able to afford your groceries, if you believe like me that you ought to be able to afford your home, if you believe like me that your tax dollars ought to be invested in you rather than sent somewhere else, if you believe like me that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people is our birthright in this country, if you believe like me that we have a responsibility to stand up and walk with our unions so that everybody has collective bargaining rights in this country, if you believe like me that you ought to have the guarantee of good health care in this country without some corporation trying to tell you what you cannot have and should not fight for, I hope that you'll join this movement now. I want to speak specifically to an issue that has been
really Obama-like. Okay, I also didn't want to say anything about like that either. I think less Obama-like and more. It's yes Obama-like, but it was kind of like pastoral. Right? If you ever heard a sermon, like that's kind of like it was kind of like that. So like it was getting kind of into that territory. But Obama's cadence is pastoral. Like it is. Pastor Obama's Abdul, yeah. We are all Obama variants. I'm finna be in the Senate. That's crazy. Okay. Okay, focus up. It wasn't even that bad, okay? It wasn't even like too deep into the AV. You know, he dipped in for a few lines. He dipped in for a few lines, that's it.
Just on in this race.
I want that on the hat.
To my Jewish American sisters and brothers, one of the most indelible memories of this campaign will have been the opportunity to break bread
their speeches on Friday prayer, so I think that's where he gets his inspo.
With you at Seder, to worship with you at Shul, to be embraced by you. And listening to sisters and brothers who said, you know, I want to join this movement because AIPAC doesn't speak for me. Because I understand that self-determination for one people does not require the quenching of self-determination for another people. That unless all of us are free, none of us are free.
Hey, he said the line. He said the line.
To tell you the great gift that you've given me, and to all of my sisters and brothers of the Jewish faith, or any faith at all, or no faith at all, I want you to know that my commitment to your safety, my commitment to Jewish safety, is the same commitment that I have to the safety of my own daughters. Because if there is one question of a political philosophy that ought to animate us all is, what would we build, what would we do if we treated all of our kids like they were all of our kids? How would we spend our money? Where would we put our investment? How would we embrace...
Bro, channel for that cheap microphone, bro. Get that out of here.
...one another? What kind of schools would we build?
Also, I'm sorry. I have to stop pausing it to make fun of Abdul, but this is just I had a dream. This is just the I have a dream speech. It's a good speech. He's doing very well. He's doing very well. I just want to say that there are some parallels. He's copying the goats. Is it just MLK Obama El Sayed? Yeah. His speech last night was better.
How would we spend our money? Where would we put? Build? What would we do if we treated all of our kids like they were all of our kids? How would we spend our money? Where would we put our investment?
React to speech
How
last
would
night.
we embrace...
You can send it. We'll take a look at it.
...one another? What kind of schools would we build? What kind of healthcare would we offer? What kind of jobs would we protect? And I say this because there could not be a greater contrast between that philosophy and the cynicism of Mike Rogers. See,
I have a daydream.
Mike's
I have an idea. I have an inclination. Bro, let me write your speech, bro. I'm a cook. I'd cook.
The guy who spent 14 years in Congress with one goal, to figure out how to cash out the day.
Listen, we do this out of love. He's won. We can poke a little bit of fun now, okay? There's nothing wrong with it. He's a medical doctor, not an orator. I want him to give us Medicare for all. Tired of orators like Obama giving us a taste of what's possible while committing war crimes. To be fair, if we're being entirely clear, medical doctors also have the capacity to commit war crimes. So, also, I'm pretty sure Obama... Did Obama go to law school? He went to freaking Harvard, didn't he? Let me see. Isn't he a freaking lawyer? They're all freaking lawyers. He's the editor of Law Review. Gosh darn it, he's so... It's actually kind of sick.
He left.
And guess I can't even make fun of that. That's actually kind of a sick thing. We're going to say law firm as that fired Matt Carroll, didn't he? Was he undergrad at Columbia? Yes. He was an undergrad at Columbia. He got his JD from Harvard. Bro, I can't wait till I get my Wikipedia page. It's going to say bachelor's degree from my undergrad. It's going to say master's degree from Howard. And then it's going to say JD from whatever law school I just got to go to.
As soon as he left Congress, after having taken corporate check...
Wait, who are you talking about? I wasn't listening.
With one goal.
From Streaming University.
To figure out how to cash out the day he left. And guess what he did?
Harvard? Bro, I won't be able to get into Harvard. Harvard doesn't accept non-traditional students. Because Matt Carroll's worked for the same law firm as Obama and JD. Yo, she's so cool. I'm a fan. I'm a huge fan. And she got fired from that for standing by her principles. Respect.
As soon as he left Congress, after having taken corporate check after corporate check after corporate check to empower the corporations to pick your pockets, he went and he cashed out. Not in Michigan.
Wait, no. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. Who is he talking about?
And guess what he did?
Who?
To figure out.
Oh, Mike Rogers. Okay. I was genuinely confused. We were talking about Obama and MLK and JD Vance. We were talking about so many people. I was like, who is he talking about?
In Congress with one goal, to figure out how to cash out the day he left. And guess what he did? As soon as he left Congress, after having taken corporate check after corporate check after corporate check to empower the corporations to pick your pockets, he went and he cashed out. Not in Michigan. No, winters are too cold for him. He's got thin skin after all. He went to Florida. So, Mike, if you want to be a Florida man, go be a Florida man. If you want to golf in Florida, go golf in Florida. But I promise you in November, we are going to send you back to Florida. Mike Rogers is the guy who wants to put a data center in your backyard so he can make himself feel a little bit more manly by making an AI video. Mike Rogers is the guy who has never shied away from a DTE check so he could turn his face in the direction of Florida. Mike Rogers is a guy who will do anything Blue Cross Blue Shield wants him to do, including raise your rates. Mike Rogers is a guy who introduced legislation to increase the flow of opioids. He did that while I was in high school. Mike Rogers is a guy whose politics and vision and perspective are old. Mike Rogers is a guy who has never shied away from a corporation he could do a favor for. Mike Rogers is a guy who, believe it or not, went back to Florida so he could lick every single boot Donald Trump owns to beg for his endorsement. I'm so sorry. If you want a senator who's going to lick some boots, fine, go vote for Mike Rogers. But if you want a senator who's going to stand up to Donald Trump, then you've got your option right here. And what's funny about Mike Rogers is that he's like the worst of all.
Is the general going to be as close for Abdul as this race was? No. No. I think it really is dependent on what the mobilization efforts look like from the GOP. So his speech is low current. I mean, he's going off the dome. But this was way more. And also, it depends on how much money AIPAC drops. Right? If they're willing to drop 100 million instead of 70 this time, maybe. Time will tell, but I don't think so.
All versions of the Republican Party, right? He's the worst of the neocon version. I mean, he was in the House during the entirety of the Iraq War. He left because he got tired of it. And then he swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump until, of course, he was licking Donald Trump's boots. So now he carries the burden of both of those things. Is he MAGA? Is he neocon? Nah, man, he's just a corporate sellout. So,
also, I'm sorry. This is actually not a beef to Abdul. No more. I'm done making fun of him a little bit. His crowd. He needs a better crowd, bro. I don't care if he's being corny, bro. You better be cheered. You better be like, yeah, yeah, that's my senator. Bro, you better be hype. Mallory's harsh
I'm going to say right here, I know you're going to say no because you're a coward. 5 debates, all right? If you're willing to stand with me and have a conversation, you and I both know that you will wither in front of your own crimes. But I'm going to make sure Michiganders know about them. Because at the time we're done, you are not going to have safe quarter from people holding you accountable to what you've done for them here in Michigan. We will send you back to Florida where you belong. 5 debates. I'm hoping for an answer today. It's going to be a lot of fun, my guy.
Talking about it like 40 minutes before it.
But I want to finish here.
Oh, were you there? Sorry, no beef to you, Chatter.
It's not about Mike Rogers. It's not even about Donald Trump. It is about who we are as a country. I worked in that building right there. In fact, you could see the window of my former office. And there are moments I had to pinch myself.
Wait.
Because.
Oh, pinch. You gotta enunciate that word. I was like, what did you hear? Don't worry about it.
My story in America is about as unlikely as it gets. But for an accident of history that allows my dad to immigrate to Detroit to go to Wayne State University, I was supposed to be a
Platinum Octopus. Thank you for the prime. Much appreciate it.
Driver in Egypt, like my cousins. I would spend a lot of my childhood.
So, Chad, give me a second. I gotta go piss myself. I'm sorry. Okay, I do have to use the bathroom. Okay, like...
Summers in Egypt. I'd spend them there with a front row seat to what my life should have been. Except for I got to be born in America, where I got vaccinated against diseases that killed an aunt and uncle I never got to meet. They died before their first birthday. I got to go to amazing public schools, an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by a public agency at the NIH. That's what America gave me. Now, the crazy thing is I grew up not 20 minutes from here. And in traveling 20 minutes, I travel a 10-year life expectancy gap. I got to meet kids who never got the opportunities I got, despite the fact that their families had been here far longer than me. I know what America gave me, but I also know what America continues to deny too many of her own children. And a lot of my work in that building right there was about trying to address exactly that. And I kept running up against one thing: the kind of politics that tell us that we cannot invest in those children because we should be sending their money to deny rights to other children abroad. A politics that tells us that the corporations should do what they can and the rest of us do what we must. A politics that tells us that our democracy is there for the taking if you have enough money to take it. And so when the opportunity to run for U.S. Senate came up, I realized that this was a fight not just against Mike Rogers and Donald Trump. It was a fight for the kind of America that can give what I had to all of her children. That is the work in front of us. This country of ours, this America of ours, is more than a flag. It's more than a set of colors. If you're a patriot, then you better fight for an America that is America for all of her kids. That's what this is about. Building a movement to take our democracy back, to serve the people who absolutely deserve the best of what America has to offer them. That's the commitment all of us are making. So whether you voted for me or voted for my opponent or didn't vote at all, we're inviting you to that movement to get money out of politics so we can put money back in pockets and finally guarantee the promise of health care through Medicare for all. And I am so honored for all of the folks who've already invested, to all the folks who haven't. I cannot wait to meet you, and let's go win in November. She will absolutely be endorsing us, and she will be fighting alongside us to make sure that we defeat Mike Rogers and win the future in November. Well, I'd love to get others' perspective on this, but let me give you mine. You heard about the historic turnout. Sometimes, intra-family squabbles are the biggest ones. But we all know that when we walk out the house, we stand united. And sometimes we got to have it out about the conversation about who we are and who we want to be. And I think I'll tell you that the things that unite us are so much bigger than the things that divide us. If anything, when you've got 500,000 more voters who came out to be a part of a process to pick a nominee, that means that their voices have been heard. And we're going to build a movement that reaches out to everybody. I know not everybody's going to agree with me on everything. That's not how this works. But I do know that they agree with me on the need to beat Mike Rogers, and the need to hold Donald Trump accountable, and the need to provide people health care, and the need to address the affordability crisis that is making it so that all of us struggle simply because we want to pump gas or go to the grocery store, and the need to stop fighting stupid wars we should never be fighting. There is so much more we agree on. So I'm looking forward to unifying together. The Congresswoman and I, the Senator and I, we've had some great conversations about where we go from here, and we cannot wait to come together and win in November.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. As our future senator said, 1.5 million people showed up to vote in Michigan and the Democratic side. That is the largest, not only just in history, but it's also the largest gap in history between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. So certainly all the energy is on our side. But I also want to say this. We hold a special responsibility as Democrats in Michigan, as Michiganders in general. Michigan looks like America. We are the most diverse battleground state in the country. And so we know what that responsibility is. And I can tell you what unites us. We as Democrats believe that every person should have access to health care. We as Democrats believe that we need to lower costs for families. We as Democrats believe that it is time that we focus our attention not on foreign wars of choice and that are raising gas prices for every person here and the price of groceries for every person here. We believe that it's time to focus on America first. They say it, we actually believe it. That's right. And finally, I will say to my fellow Democrats, if that is not enough, if everything that is happening in this country is not enough to unite, how about a Donald Trump supermajority on the Supreme Court that goes on for not just my generation, but my kids' generation as well? We have a responsibility to come together, and we will. We will unite to take this country back. I guarantee it. Thank you very much.
Russ, I really appreciate the question. You're right. That's the only play they got. They're going to point at me. They're going to point at my name. It's like, well, he's different. That's the best you got? You can't actually talk about what you want to do? My name is not raising your gas prices. My name is not taking us to war. My name is not the reason you can't afford your groceries. You know what it is? They're BS policies. So you can point to my name all he wants. But I'll also tell you this. I've been an Abdul in Michigan my whole life. This is like the best place in the world to be Abdul. You know why? Because Michiganders they're big-hearted. They're open-minded. They're earnest, and they're gritty. And Michiganders are sick and tired of BS politics coming in to divide us when there's so much more we can unite to actually guarantee if we're willing to come together around it. So if all Mike Rogers got is that his name is Abdul and my name is Mike, you're going to be surprised how many people will be like, yeah, but that's the Abdul who wants to bring down the price of my groceries and gas and stop us sending money abroad and make sure that I got health care. So yeah, I like that Abdul over your Mike from Florida.
That's right.
Doctor, thank you. Head of CBS. You talked about, when you addressed Jewish voters in the state and the concerns they may have. They asked you about Islamophobia. You know that the Republicans and others will see that one other thing, and that is things you've said in the past. One of them back in April, after the attack on the synagogue here in Michigan, you gave a statement about what had happened, among other things, and this is what you said. You say, hurt people hurt people. And it's that part of your statement that has caused a lot of concern for Jewish voters. Republicans are going to seize on it. What did you mean you regret saying?
What I mean is that hurt people hurt people. That maybe if we're serious about ending the hurt, we should stop hurting people. That's what I mean. I condemn the
I'm sorry, Mike from Florida is kind of funny. It's kind of funny. That made me laugh. That made me chuckle. Oh, the long pinch? Yeah, I had to pinch myself. Also, made some popcorn. His article about weed are using AI. Not the weed. We'll add it to the docket. Popcorn for breakfast? Yes, after my protein bar. It was actually, I ate the rest of this protein bar. It was a Hershey double chocolate bar. It was not bad. We didn't have another one. There's only like a third of it left. So I ate this third of it. I was like, this is actually pretty good. Right? What are the macros? It's 1 gram of sugar, 18 grams of protein. I can't read the rest because I ripped the packaging up. It's gone. 25 grams of total carbs, 9 grams of fat, 18 grams of protein. It was tasty. It was yummy. It probably will change your life. Anyway, so we didn't have any more of them though, and so there was like Gatorade chocolate caramel ones that I think my sister bought or whatever. They were completely full. I was like, well, these can't be that bad. I ate it. I was like, I gagged. I gagged. It was gross. I was like, no wonder these are totally full. They were nasty. They were nasty. So I will never, ever in my life ever eat those again. Never eat Gatorade protein bars. Also, I think Gatorade's BDS anyway. So like, F them anyway. But like, gosh darn it, don't get them just because it tastes bad. They taste gross. It was really bad. Gatorade protein bars. They didn't have Gatorade in them, but like the Gatorade branded. And it was really gross. It was nasty. Anyway, I hope y'all like this.
The attack. It was a vile anti-Semitic attack. And
wait, is he answering questions right now? How did we get to the attack? Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, I did see something though. So it asked him. That's the question you ask it, man? Does he have the answer for like this random anti-Semitic hate crime? Just like forever, for the rest of his life? That he wasn't involved with? Oh, apparently there is discourse, chat. While I was pinching myself, I saw apparently there's discourse. About? Guess what about? Hassan's involved. What is Hassan this time? Always at the scene of the crime. Always at the scene of the crime. I saw this. I didn't see this. Apparently, you know, I'll just play the clip. I have no idea what this is about.
Like everyone being like, Abdullah's a fuck ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the fucking take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of shit, okay? You literally called the dude a fucking terrorist for months on end and like called him a sexist, misogynist, terrorist, bad candidate, fake doctor when he has like 2 fucking degrees. And now you're gonna sit there and be like, well, you know, you really gotta come to me now. Like, what are you talking about? Do you wanna fucking win or not? Lock the fuck in, okay? Lock the fuck in. And I do worry that there are some out there who, in an effort to make sure that this narrative that a progressive can win in a state like Michigan doesn't take root, will literally either subtly or, you know, not so secretively endorse Mike Rogers or stay out of the race while, you know, trying to push the excitement in the opposite direction. Like, everyone is already doing the can El-Sayed unite the Democrats? And that question is just, can El-Sayed get the pro-Israel vote? Can El-Sayed win over, not even the vote necessarily, but like, can El-Sayed get the people and the groups and the NGOs and the consultants that have worked extensively for pro-Israel candidates to shut the fuck up about El-Sayed being a terrorist for a long enough timeline so that, you know, we can consolidate the base and defeat the fucking Republican.
Thank you.
That's the real.
Don't say Mr. Pinch, okay? Listen, that's Abdul's thing. It's not mine. Here's Shannon Hassan back and forth. Bro, popcorn is kind of crazy to eat. There's like so much going on with it. Shannon Watts says Hassan Piker mentions the Dems who didn't vote for El Sayed, which honestly also is not what he said, to be entirely fair. We were all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of shit. And he said, I'm talking about you and other DC elites who leaned into 60 million and smeared him only to demand fealty after he won. Not to Michigan voters, Shannon. Of course, Abdul should court every single Michigan voter, eat humble pie, and never endorse the AIPAC candidate ever again. Are there yourself with that? No? I mean, yeah. But the discourse that I saw was actually a discourse. I just saw it. That was an interesting conversation. We just talked about it as well. It was
like
Adrian said this tweet is so many people mad. So many hit dogs hollering. If you feel attacked by what he said in this clip, ask yourself why that is. Mike said, I love Hassan understood how he's feeling, but we need to be magnanimous in victory. Spiking the football is only appropriate in races where we have it locked up. In a swing state, we need every Stevens voter. A lot of like chatter I'm seeing is people saying, I think he's talking about voters. While sloppy, it sounded to me like he's talking about other politicians. It's going to be, it's going to create a lot of negative noise. Your boy needs to get better at being clear. So that's the conversation. Like, this is on who got it. I don't agree with that. I think what Mike is saying here is fair, right? I understand what he is saying, right? I also understand what Hassan is saying here. I do think Hassan is correct, right? I don't think it was hard to parse, right? But I can see the take of like, it's going to be, like, I can see the take of like, it flies kind of like in the face of like what Abdul himself is messaging, which is like, I'm here to build the bridges or whatever. You know what I mean? They went off on me today because I said Mallory said vile and unacceptable things. I mean, I think she did. Both can be correct, especially since Hassan loves electoral politics. Yeah, like I get it. Mike was saying it is right, but it isn't helpful. Which I understand. I guess my take is that I don't think it necessarily is as impactful as people make it out to seem. You know what I mean? Right? Like, I think like like Hassan's correct about this. Like, I think they are Islamophobic, and it is true, and it is correct, right? And I do agree with the take that like what I said like last week before the primary was over, right? That I think everybody was yelling at me about back then, which is that I think Abdul was doing a good job always bringing it back to policy and not engaging with the kayfabe and the surrounding things, right? Because policy is the key thing that matters. And so I don't think this is going to like make or break Abdul's general election chances, right? And I do think that it does need to be said, right? Because there was a lot of Islamophobia that was being thrown around, right? Kind of like the Graham Platter conversation. You know how with Graham Platter, when Graham Platter beat Janet Mills and she dropped out, I told you how Graham Platter is best posed at that moment to be the most radical that he's ever could be because he has leverage. You know? Because he has leverage. In the same way that Abdul here, because he's now the nominee, like, But why are you okay? Why are everybody talking about freaking Adri's freaking Twitch name? Wait, is Adri more interesting than I am on my freaking stream? Is that so wrong? Is it my fault? I mean, okay, whatever. I mean, my freaking popcorn. Ow, 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 wow, 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 wow. No pouting, no, no pouting, no. Ever liking other streamers? Adri doesn't even stream. That's crazy. That's crazy. Whatever. Anyway, the point of the matter is that I get it, right? I do think, to a certain extent, I think let him have this. You know what I mean? I think Hassan gets to have one pop-off moment. Because it's not like Abdul was only Abdul was getting called a terrorist. Hassan was also getting called a terrorist. Right? Like he was a part of this as well. Like I think him having one moment of being like, no, F you, you all Islamophobic, before like, you know, tomorrow getting back to the real work, I think that's fine. You know? I think it's fine. I think that's fine, and I think it won't necessarily change much. That's kind of the way that I view it, right? I don't think like we're not like machines. I don't think you have to be like electorally perfectly like effective at every given instance, right? You're allowed to have moments of being human as well. You know? You know, that Adri follows Sean on Twitter. Why wouldn't Adri follow me on Twitter? I'm a cool person on Twitter. I'll follow her back one of these days. Not even pop off, it's just a major fact reason. Don't know why anyone would dispute that. I call it Islamophobia because it hurts campaigns if it's like Torless take. I mean, I do understand where it comes from though. Like I do get it, right? Like I do agree that it's probably not the most effective thing ever. Right? I just think that like, you know, letting him have this one is not going to like radically shake things up. Is the way that I view it. That's my opinion on the discourse. Also, now my popcorn's already cold, bro. It hasn't even been that long. It's already cold. It's really tasty though. About this in September, yeah. My favorite snack though. Shannon Watson, Nero Tandon, be like, I told misogynistic and fake doctor. Look at him all Islamically. Also, Najee one, please apologize to me. Exactly. Exactly. Extra butter, you know it. But yeah. Like you can't make a huge deal out of it, but talking about it a little is about and sucks to have to just ignore it. Yeah. I think it's fair to address it. Sometimes it's hard to just take all the racism and just be smiling through it. Yeah. And to be fair, Hassan has done it until the primary season was over. I think he's allowed to have one. Personally. You're never gonna catch me like tone policing a marginalized person for how they react to racism and bigotry. Right? Even if it's not effective. I've done it. I've defended people who've done it in ways that are not effective before, right? like people who've like been annoying about it. I'm like, yeah, they're annoying about it, but like, I get why they're doing it, you know? And this is the same sort of thing. Like, I will always defend somebody who is you know, has a moment to just be like, I gotta get this off my chest. The fact you have to be magnanimous in victory after facing the Islamophobia is this unfair emotional labor? Anyway, that's my thoughts on the discourse. Yeah, I do think it's weird for people to be like, telling Hassan to like control himself and control his control your temper. You need to keep your eye on the prize kind of thing. I don't think Mike was doing that per se, but the other person that that we listened to, we saw was like he needs better control himself. Like I think that person is it's weird. That's crazy. I got that from Mike. I didn't get that from Mike. Right? From Mike, it's more that I saw that because Mike and Hassan are friends. I think it's more a friend being you know, eye on the prize kind of thing. That's kind of how I viewed it. Right? I mean, it's still technically tone policing, but I didn't get the same kind of vibe from that. Oh, excuse me. I think friends can lack understanding in moments too. Yeah. Like wishing on McMurrow and immediately flipped the moment she endures. It's purely pragmatic, in my opinion. Yeah. And if you want to not be like Gachimona, use your Twitch Prime here on Son of Black. True. True indeed. These American soldiers are heading to Congress. W. Oh yeah, I saw this. I had this open to talk about. This is showing with my hard-earned unemployment checks. W. To be fair, after 40 years of being called a terrorist and other things, I would have me popping off more often at casual songs will be these days. Yeah, that's my perspective. But I get it. I get it. Oh yes, young man in New York City shared a video on TikTok at the start of his day, tagging Mamdani about a pothole. By the end of the day, it was fixed.
Oh, Mamdani, bro, we need your help, gang. We need your help. We need your help. Look, gang, why is there a whole hole in the road, gang? That big ass hole. You see all these cracks, gang? And then there's another one right there. What is this? Come on, Mamdani. Come on, Mamdani. I ain't gonna lie. We need your help. Hey, y'all see how the world works, bro? You see how in the morning I said there was 2 potholes, right? Look what happened after I come back from work. What, nigga? Nigga, Mamdani, I did not know you was like that, nigga. Nigga, that quick? I said this shit like literally in the morning. That shit gone already. Nah, we love you, Mamdani. What the fuck?
That's all it takes. That is all it takes.
See how the world works, bro? You see?
That is literally all it takes. Bro, yeah, and he took the ice cream truck too. He was like, my bad, bro. My bad, gangy. Here, take this ice cream truck. That's our fault. Yeah, potholes fixed. Ice cream truck on us. That's all it takes. That is literally all it takes. Power socialism is not an alliteration, but it's real. That's because keep in mind, this can win anywhere. Right? Because the best conclusion to this entire discussion from today is that AIPAC can't spend $70 million everywhere. There are 50,000 elections, right? Every election cycle. They cannot spend $70 million on each of those. And so if we put people up in every single district, fixing potholes, we get them in. Sure, they make them try. Yeah, and then we tossing money out. Spending it like crazy. You sent me freaking Canada link. I know people lived in Canada. We're something excited about Fran Hong because the government have more direct control, can do things that people see every day. Fake country. I wish Canada existed. Kamala endorsed Abdul. Oh, send that to me. That actually means something. Kamala endorses Abdullah Syed for U.S. Senate in Michigan in fundraising email. Bro, in the fundraising email, you can't even spare my boy a tweet? You can't even give him a tweet? That's crazy. In the fundraising email, she's like, hey guys, you guys love Abdul, right? Now give me money. They can't even post her on a story? It's sent from my iPhone. That's crazy. That is wild. This was a hard-fought Democratic primary. Michiganders were lucky to have such inspiring leaders to step up in the moment. Wait. Is that it? No. Somebody find me the actual tweet. Bro. This is such a millennial video.
Kelsey Plum in the building. Enjoying the popcorn, apparently. The 2017 Wooden Award winner, Kelsey Plum.
Bro, millennials are so millennial. That's you right now. Stop now. That's literally you right now. Basically you. I just saw you do that. You're funny. It reminded me of how there were rappers back in the day who wouldn't eat bananas normally because they thought it was gay. They would take the banana and they would like rip it and they'd be like, oh. It is good. It is good. That's why I eat whatever to keep my game up. That's hilarious. The largest banana species on Twitter. It's crazy. I'm going to do that to avoid getting clipped. See, that's sad. Right? And I get that. But why are you as a man afraid of eating a banana? Wait, his name is just the subject? That's hilarious. Abdullah said, just the subject line. $10. That is a wait, no, okay, this is fake. This is fake. This is not real. This is not real. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Don't believe it. I do not believe it. She started to email $10. That is a contribution I'm personally asking you to make, Dr. Abdullah Syed's campaign for the U.S. Senate in Michigan. What is a terribly written email? Who wrote this email, bro? This email sucks. I did see the Republican confused about green bananas. Mamdani showed off. Fitness says eat.commonhairs.com. Yeah, that's fine. I'm pretty sure that's allowed in the domain. A Democrat might just be like that. Oh, geez, Louise. People say never purchase their own fruits. I hate bananas, by the way. In case you don't know, I don't eat bananas. Not because eating bananas is gay, but because bananas are gross and nasty and disgusting and nasty and gross. Bananas are nasty, exactly. Bananas are F tier fruit. I've stood on this take forever. Banana bread, okay? I would rather eat regular bread or cake. But never ate oatmeal. I don't eat bananas in my oatmeal. That's gross. I like apples in my oatmeal. Apples in my oatmeal goes crazy. They S tier? No. There is no situation where bananas are actually good to eat. Bananas in your crepes? I don't eat crepes. What are you, European? When you have diarrhea? I don't get diarrhea. Oh, excuse me. Does Lander extend to plantains? Yes. Banana on a PB Sammy? I can't eat PB Sammys. I'm allergic to peanut butter. Banana Honey Nut Cheerios, S tier? I can't eat Honey Nut Cheerios. So I'm allergic. But I say it's a hate crime against the Caribbean community. The burger is so good. Never had it in my life before. Banana nut muffins? I don't know what to tell you. Were you French? No. Almond butter and banana jelly sandwich. Y'all just naming things that I just literally can't eat. It's like a black person telling you the Mona Lisa is ugly. The Mona Lisa is ugly. But oh, is he about crepes? You also didn't answer the question about being European. I noticed. I'm noticing. Hashtag noticing. Hashtag noticing.
President Trump calls it great news for the Republican Party. El Sayed, who Trump describes as a communist loser who hates Jews and Israel, is now the projected winner in his race against a socialist. Trump
he keeps calling Haley Stevens a socialist.
Says the polls were way off once again. She performed far better than expected. He warns that Democrat policies are only going to get more
it says Democrats. Silly AI voice. Stupid.
extreme. President Trump calls it great news.
Sounds like what Haley Stevens and McGraw said about him. Exactly. Because no one wants to face was the last minute. Was the last minute 2 raw 2 real endorsement the deciding margin of victory? Honestly, maybe it might have been. Cover this, cover this. I'll get back to this in a second. Cover this, cover this. Cover this. See how my tweet's doing. All right, about 700. Not bad. Oh, the vote changed. There's 21,000 votes left, chat. Anything can happen. Donovan McKinney also won U.S. House, Michigan 13th Congressional District. That is a positive. That is a plus. Right? There's not much discourse about this one that I have to share. This is just a good thing. This is just a positive, good thing. Like at one point he dropped down below into second place. But he pulled it back up, and now he's projected to win. That was called to be the winner. So that's good. And that's positive. And that is a good thing, and we take those. We take those. Let's focus on Islamophobia that they forgot. The anti-black racism with Donovan. Yeah. Hey, Donovan voters give me the ick. This one was also too close. Even some of the L's were close enough. Another candidate we would win in 2028. Yeah, Hartzell should run again. I'm mad. How can you fake an the Obama endorsement do so much? Yeah, Obama should have came out and distanced himself, but he ain't really about it. He ain't really about that life. Drew's 100 millionaire. Oh, they long running that seat. Islamophobia? Yeah, Islamophobia. Yeah, you can't win them all. Right? This is why electoralism is always a dead end, because you literally cannot win them all. But we take the wins when they come. Right? Our job now is to direct the energy from the wins, right? And the motivation from the losses, and put it towards something sustainable to make sure that we're not retreading ground during the next election cycle. And when we push these politicians, we're actually pushing them towards the correct directions. Right? That's the goal. But it's important to be realistic about this. Because remember, in 4 years and in 6 years, they're going to be up for re-election. Right? And if not AIPAC, the establishment is going to be right there, ready and waiting to try to outspend them. We need to make sure that what we've built is sustainable, so we can combat whatever they bring. Right? It happened with Cori Bush and it happened with Jamal Bowman. Right? We can't get complacent, because again, it's what happened. Right? We got complacent. We took the wins as for granted. We lost some seats, and we just haven't even gotten those seats back. And we need to make sure that we have a focus on organizing. That's not just win election, but it's win election, but also use organization and on the ground movement to pressure politicians, those that we got elected and those that we didn't, to enact change. Also, yes, here. I'll pin our link as well. Whoop, that's not a pin, that's a reply. If you have extra funds and you want to donate to our link as well, who's in Gaza, I would appreciate that as well. I'm not clicking on an anti-Piker link. You're not going to get me to click on an anti-Piker link. I refuse. There's nothing good that could come from an anti-Piker link. Labor militancy? Yes, labor militancy. I'll do it for you. Okay, fine. I'll actually, sure. It actually isn't a terrible link.
I mean, like, can y'all hug each other? Can y'all act like y'all love each other?
So we can hurry up and go. I'm trying to go to school too. Come on.
Oh, put it down.
Yo, that's crazy.
I mean, like, can y'all hug each other? Can y'all act like y'all love each other?
So we can hurry up and go. I'm trying to go to school too. Come on.
Oh, put it down. I mean, like.
Dang, that's yeah. Yeah. In conclusion, Black Hero should follow me back because I'm super sick, and if she knows who FD Signifier is, then she should know who I am as well. Because I'm super cool and sick and awesome as well. Here, I'll play this for people who didn't see.
Hi, I'm Jory with Gen Z for Change, and I'm here with
Maylak Kiros.
I feel like at this point, a lot of people are familiar with your politics, but if you wanted to give us a quick recap of what you ran on, could you do that?
Absolutely. Many out of politics, Medicare for all, housing first, universal child care, and end all wars.
All exciting things. I want to focus a little bit more on your personality, a little bit more about you. Is that okay? What are your favorite creators? Do you watch any creators?
I do. I really like this YouTuber. His name is FD Signifier. Has a background in social work, getting a PhD in, I think, sociology at one point. He makes a lot of really cool videos on Black culture, Black politics, and he's just a really cool creator. And
what are your makeup go-tos if you have any?
Ooh, okay.
Also, Jory's tall. She's very tall. So, I mean, that could just be the average height. I actually don't know. Jory's very tall. Jory's taller than I am. I said, Malek name dropping FD shows she knows ball. Just gotta go. Just gotta get her caught up on that Shauna Black guy I've heard about now. Yeah. If she would have dropped Shauna Black, that would have been crazy. That would have been crazy, and I would have fainted. That would have been crazy. I forgot you're tall. What do you mean? I'm 6'1". I've always been tall. She knows what the white left. Y'all are cooked. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, your shot, what's the worst that could happen? It's crazy, right? Because if you don't know, which I don't know how you would know. I used to work at Gen Z for Change, right? They decided, right, to start flying across the country once I left. You're telling me that they got to meet freaking Chris Rabb, Jamal Bowman, Milat Kiros, whoever else was at the Abdul event. I think Hassan as well. I didn't see Jory on the stream. But like, what about me? Racism. Let it be known. Go to that engineer budget that was holding them back. That's wild. You're taking most of the budget? I literally wasn't taking most of the budget, all right? I didn't use any of my travel budget. Honestly, I should have got my travel budget paid out to me when I left. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't even know if I got my PTO paid out to me when I left. Now that I think about it, I got some things. To say. Anyway, you feel that came in the form of Twitch subs? Bro, they ain't give me no subs. Lawyer up. Bro, I'm gonna be my own lawyer. All right, y'all. Money. I literally had this open the entire time. Anyway, I do want to do a brief, quick aside. Still slightly evolved. Also, Caliber, thank you for the 18 months as well. Much appreciated. I saw this video. It is slightly related. It's about TikTok debate people. It is slightly related. For this creator I've never seen before. And I do kind of want to watch it a little bit.
Hello, welcome back to my channel. My name is Nick, And I use YouTube, and I'm assuming you might too. And if you've ever used the platform of YouTube, you have probably come across the channel Jubilee before. Now, for everybody who knows what Jubilee is, that probably just sent a shiver down your spine. But just in case you've never heard of it before, Jubilee is basically a channel here on YouTube
manifested into a video.
that
That's
does
so funny.
all kinds of content. They have a bunch of different series that they do. They have like Odd One Out, where they put one mole in an otherwise like homogenous group and see if the other people.
Bro, I'm not getting mentioned here.
They have Spectrum, where they
I was on Jubilee one time, okay? If they pull my single clip of Jubilee, that would be crazy targeting.
take people who have some kind of shared identity and like ask them specific questions and then see where they fall on the spectrum. They had like a blind dating series for a little bit, and that channel alone has created the formula for like so many other videos on YouTube. It's crazy. It's like Mr. Beast level influence. I wanted to see how exactly they define themselves, so I went on their website and found their description. I'll just read it here. It says, Jubilee Media is a digital media company that pushes boundaries, tackles taboos, and breaks the rules. We believe discomfort and conflict are pivotal forces in creating human connection. In short, we're not afraid to go there. Now that's pretty much a whole bunch of nothing. All they're trying to do is stimulate conversation. And I really do think that they started out that way. They had good intentions in the beginning, but it's pretty much gone downhill pretty fast. Now a lot of their content is just like engagement bait and slop. There's like some good videos here and there, but a lot of it is just kind of like repetitive clickbait. And surprisingly, the most damage that they've done, I'd say, is in the political sphere, which is so strange. So I personally got into Jubilee during like 2020 COVID times because I had nothing better to do than watch YouTube. And I really like their middle ground videos of like Republican versus Democrat. Middle Ground is a pretty interesting series that they have, and they're still doing it, where they'll take two groups of like opposing viewpoints and sit them down and ask them questions to see if they can come to some sort of common ground or middle ground on the topic. And it was really cool to see people exchanging ideas in like a mostly controlled environment, especially in all the heat of like the 2020 election cycle. It was really nice to like step outside of my little like echo chamber of content every once in a while. They have some content still that's more like social based than politically based. Like they recently did a video on veganism, and even more recently one on Disney adults. And like you could make those political, but you know that's obviously not like the main intention with those. But if you scroll through their recent videos, the vast majority of them are political. Even the ones that are supposed to be more like identity based, like about race, religion, gender, sex, sexuality, it usually boils down to politics. Like that's typically where those conversations go. Now this has become sort of an issue lately with people being discovered on these Jubilee videos, and for all the wrong reasons. This has been happening a ton recently, especially with their Surrounded videos. Surrounded is basically a series that they have where they take one person of one viewpoint and then they surround them with 20 people of an opposing viewpoint, and then they're all supposed to like take turns debating the person in the middle. And like the videos can be interesting sometimes, but a lot of times all that ends up happening is they platform people with like very radical, extremist, and often harmful ideologies. Like for example, late last
they asked, okay, I can leave this now. They asked me to be on Surrounded. Guess what Surrounded they asked me to be on? As one of the 20. Oh no, I wish it was Charlie Kirk. That would be funny. No. Was not Michael Nose. Was not Palestine either. Something about being black? No. Peterson? No. Officer Tatum did one? I don't know if you're going to guess it. 20 black liberals versus 1 white leftist? Dean something? Shapiro? No. 1 banana hater versus 20 banana lovers? No. Nobody's guessed it? Was it Gen Z related? No. Graham Plattner? I don't think they did a Surrounded on Graham Plattner. It was not Dave Rubin. No, Olivia Giuliani didn't do a Surrounded. It was a hint. It was politics related. But it wasn't Charlie Kirk. Did Charlie Kirk ever do a Surrounded? I think he died before he could do one. It was not trans rights. It was not BLM. He did? Mehdi Hassan. You think I was on the opposing side of the Mehdi Hassan one? That's very funny. Wasn't Ben Shapiro. No. 25 woke students? No. Wow, y'all suck at this. Can we get a clue? I gave you a clue. Was it popular though? Read the water 20? 20. Why left the left? It was not Charlie Kirk one. Common voters? Close. Religion? No. Tell us. It was the one with Pete Buttigieg. It's like Pete Buttigieg versus 20 undecided voters. Yeah, this one. They asked me to be on this one. And I was just like, bro, I'm not going there. I refused. I thought about it for a second. I thought it would be funny. I was like, nah, I'm good. Was the video on your front page? Go back. This? Canceling Winterman now is not a good look. That sounds interesting. Do they offer to fly you out? They do offer to fly you out. They pay to go on. They gave you like $150 or $80, something like that. Not a lot of money. It's mostly about the exposure. So that's one DoorDash order. It's mostly about the exposure. Business of the people just had a Jubilee video as an insult to us. I mean, you could have looked it up. Yeah, it was for undecided voters. But I was like, nah, I'm good.
This year, they had a video where Mehdi Hassan, who's
you want to with bro? Okay, stop. Why would you do that to me? Why would you hurt me? Why would you hit me like right there in my heart?
journalist and political commentator, was supposed to debate 20 right-wing people, basically. And one of the right-wing people who he debated against was named Connor, and he openly said that he wouldn't mind being called a Yahtzee and openly admitted to being a fascist. And then people clapped. So I don't like...
I love that like Nazi is not good, but like fascist is like, okay.
Are you a fan of the Nazis?
Also, Mehdi Hassan can just say Nazi and that's fine too. Bro, YouTube, like, censorship for people doing censorship is kind of funny.
I frankly don't care being called a Nazi. Are you a fan of the Nazis? I frankly don't care being called a Nazi at all. I didn't say that because you're a little bit more than a far-right Republican. Hey, what can I say? I think you can say I'm a fascist. Yeah, I am.
And obviously after that video was released, he got fired from his job because nobody's gonna want to work with somebody like that. And then now that guy has a platform, and like I've seen him, he's on like podcasts and stuff. I'm pretty sure he also raised like a ton of money for himself in a GoFundMe, which whatever, bro. Now a lot of people have been really dissatisfied with
but like that one black girl who made a GoFundMe and was like, I'm a MAGA conservative. And they kicked me out of school for loving Trump. And she wasn't a MAGA conservative. GoFundMe snatched all her money away. Because she wanted to run a little bit of a scam. And it was like, it's her money. Give her money, bro. That was a really funny thing, though. That was hilarious. But that's a real thing that happened. There was a girl who like put on a MAGA hat. Yeah. Yeah, see? I will not hide any longer. The left has made us feel like black Republicans should hide, but not anymore. This woman who gave the name Karen posted a fictional plight under the Twitter handle chickpeas, a picture of herself in a MAGA hat. She said she found outside. I snapped a couple of pictures in it before my head started burning and I threw it away. She told Ellie.com. She then started a GoFundMe. Where's it at? Like many tales of woe, Karen's story came with a link with the GoFundMe, which quickly collected, as she reports, in the neighborhood neighborhood of $150,000 from folks who thought they were paying an early adopter of Brexit. While this was certainly the scam of the year, according to women who started as a joke, I saw other girls, black girl who got posted being a black church reporter, and she said, I wanted to make fun of her. Her tweet shared over 1,000 times through unseasoned Twitter. Watching the GoFundMe explode with Confederate dollars, she said, was an unexpected bonus. And then they took the GoFundMe down, bro. And that's a problem, bro. She can't have this GoFundMe, but this guy who's a fascist and a Nazi can be like, yeah, give me my thing.
For like a long time, but this dissent has started rising really rapidly, really recently. Like especially in the past couple months, I've seen a ton of people talking about it and how harmful it is, and they've worded it really, really well, so I'm gonna let them take this for a second.
Hey, so Jubilee needs to be shut down because they are simply a vehicle to legitimizing far-right and fascist content. One of the recent videos that I had a major problem with was the 20v1 with Dr. Mike. It was supposed to be anti-vaxxers versus a doctor, and it just ended up being a bunch of people who just hate doctors and just opening up about their problems with the healthcare world and not actually having a debate. And anytime Dr. Mike tried to go into depth and explain something with real science and facts, they would throw all the red flags and he would have to shut up. Jubilee just released a short clip on their TikTok page of Mehdi Hassan, the British American broadcaster, versus 20 far-right conservatives. One white guy claims to be Native American and has the right to this land. Another guy admits to being a fascist and the entire room applauds him. And the third guy tells Mehdi Hassan to get out of his country because he doesn't want him. This goes beyond the rage bait style content that's inflammatory and is supposed to invoke a conversation and goes full on into sympathizing with objectively wrong people. Jubilee historically has been quite awful at mitigating harmful ideologies as well as misinformation, and the system with which they conduct debates is quite flawed. But when you start platforming people who are openly and proudly saying they are fascist and part of these harmful ideologies to your tens of millions of followers,
there are a lot of mics
and viewers, you are sympathizing with them. You are empowering them. Unless we're in an educational setting where we have facts that are surrounding the topic to prove how objectively wrong and harmful these ideas are, you are empowering them, but you are using the excuse and the mask of this is a safe space for debate.
Okay, so this is why I actually truly believe that Jubilee is evil. So it's one thing
to support
right-wing talking points and propaganda, and it's a whole other thing to disguise yourself as a common, neutral party who wants to foster conversation and actively support right-wing rhetoric. Jubilee's problem is that its goal is not to find common ground. Its goal is literally to produce as much money as possible. You're telling me that they put channels up to debate Charlie.
I'm telling you, John, I've been in the Jubilee, bro. I know these people.
With no prep. This guy who is again media trained and does this shit for a living, they had no idea they would be debating. Not only are you platforming this guy who thinks that trans women aren't women, by the way, you're actively making the objectively correct side look like shit. People are literally out here saying that they're actually agreeing with Charlie Kirk. Like, because of this video, they're like actually questioning their beliefs. Every single point he made was based off a logical fallacy, and it pained me to watch. Like, you simply cannot put someone up there who is spewing that harmful bullshit and not have like an effective counter. At the very least, you could have prepared the teenagers. Like, what's happening? And I understand that I was harsh in my last video. Like, I don't think that any of y'all who are on the video were stupid at all. Like, we all know that this man does this shit for a living every single day. Like, I get that. It's just so unfortunate how they're reflecting right-wing talking points that are legitimately, like, evil.
I'm about to say something controversial yet brave. I am of the opinion that Jubilee is a menace to marginalized people. 5 years ago, Jubilee made an episode that was like Palestinians versus Israeli settlers, and it went exactly how you would think it went. This was one of my very first introductions to this conflict, which is not to Jubilee's credit, and I'm about to tell you why. They have a track record of taking marginalized groups and pitting them against people who are very anti those marginalized groups. Get the thing of like Democrat versus Republican, da da da. But when we start getting into things like queer versus conservative parents, we got a problem. When we get into fat versus skinny, we have a problem. So it should come as no surprise that something like this is a problem. Can Israelis and Palestinians see eye to eye? That is wrong. And not because I don't think that they have the capacity to have a civilized conversation, but there's something so maddening to me about asking an oppressed group to try and level with a community that has harmed them for entertainment.
Yo, people like to yell about like TikTok woke. I miss TikTok woke. You know, sometimes they can be annoying, sometimes they can get heavy-handed, but like I miss when like there was like actual like productive discourse about like stuff like this happening, and it wasn't just like I'm gonna say a slur to support Grand Platinum or something. You know what I mean?
And I'll never forget how this shit ended. The last question was, will you be willing to share a meal with the other side? Like, what do you mean? Mind you, one of the people was an IOF soldier that Jubilee had.
Have y'all seen the BB No Money stuff? Bro, I'm so drama pilled. I'm so drama pilled. I saw his tweet. You covered Mike and FD? Yeah, we covered Mike and FD first. Is it good or bad? Depending on whether you like BB No Money or not. Came out as an Israeli leftist. He did not come out as an Israeli leftist. To be fair. You're supposed to have to take the Carolina. I couldn't cross that finish line. I think, okay. I'm not gonna read it because it's long and it's a freaking long freaking thing. And not even this isn't even it. Right? He had another comment, right? This was a part of it. I think he has a point being made, right? I think there's some things I think are just like, a bit silly. People are calling him a Zionist. He said Israelis don't support the genocide, which is just wrong. I don't think that's what he said. Right? I think, to be fair, I think he said there are Israelis who don't support the genocide. Again, like 10 people. Right? And so I think he's underinformed. It's what I would describe it. He's a Zionist, but he's a Zionist activist. I mean, I don't know about his thoughts on like the continuation of the Israeli state. So I don't make claims about whether or not he's a Zionist or not because I just don't know about what he thinks about that. He said there are tons of examples of Israelis who don't support the occupation. Oh, yeah, he's wrong about the tons thing, right? I want to say he's like underinformed, but I think like the point that maybe 5 that's uncharitable. I think it's like 10. Okay, it is like 10. Okay, a Tuesdayer. No, it's not even that, right? What defines as tons? That's kind of the point that's like up in the air. That's why I say he's underinformed. I'm not gonna sit here and litigate how much he thinks tons is and like whether or not he's a Zionist because he thinks it's overrepresentative in the Israeli society. I think that's missing the point of the conversation, right? Which is why I say he's underinformed. He just doesn't know, and that's the problem, right? You know what I mean? I also think Israeli is a citizenship, therefore invalid for Israel to exist. I don't think it's like charitable. I think that's a charitable reading. Like if you call somebody Israeli, you're not validating the state of Israel because you're validating Israel. You're not validating Israel's existence because you're validating the state of Israel. You know what I mean? Where's the tons comment? Here, we'll get to it. He's like, I'm tired of seeing discourse online that's fundamentally incorrect about my beliefs and position, political views. So now I'm addressing it. Things I support: free, independent Palestine, LGBTQ rights, human artists in all disciplines, the environment, women's rights, equality. Bro didn't say black rights. Bro hates us. Since I don't support racism, unregulated generative AI, Israeli government, ICE, cyberbullying, war, any forms of hate. I need my real ones to know where I stand once and for all. Some of you know throughout my career, I vocally stood up for and financially supported a few of the causes and groups that I'm passionate about. These have included the rights for a free, independent Palestinian state, LGBTQ plus communities and its rights and more. I have put my money where my mouth is, and it is. I put my money where my mouth is all the time, and I've rejected a highly remunerative. That's a big word. Brand deals with companies that don't align with my values. The term Israeli people use to comment on anything that they don't like. All it does is show your ignorance. When you use that word, it blames an entire people. It legitimizes the cause. It normalizes the action of a genocidal state without mentioning how it fuels anti-Semitism. There are tons of examples of Israelis who oppose the occupation and will continue to oppose. Until things change. Spread love and positivity. Sorry, gives libbers. I mean, yeah, it is libs. It is libbed up, right? I don't expect him to be like a Maoist or whatever. You know what I mean? Spiritually Israeli. That's what he's referring to. And to be fair, I agree with him on like the term like spiritually Israeli, like as a term that's used. Right. I talked about it when we talked about like Jason the Ween using term like spiritually Israeli. You know what I mean? Like I do think that it when it becomes removed, who cares though? I think it's important. It's the same way that it's important to not let like Tucker Carlson take the reins of like what it means to be anti-Israel. Right? It's not like the, you know, chief concern that we should be talking about, which is why I haven't discussed it, like, you know, at length. Right? But I do think that it's yeah, I think that it's a bit unserious and it allows, I think it's a cop-out. Right? Genuinely, I think it's a cop-out. I do not mind the conflation of bad with the term Israel, and I will not be tone policing it. But you're not understanding, right? I think it's a cop-out. I think it's a cop-out allowing people who don't care about Palestinians to present as being pro-Palestine without actually doing any of the work to be pro-Palestine, you know? Like we were talking about with like Ludwig, right? Like Ludwig having that one clip being like, Starbucks, what do you want me to suck off Benjamin Netanyahu? It's a cop-out. It's a cop-out to not actually get into the, you know, substantive political, right, conversation about the humanity of Palestinians. It reduces it down to being a meme. Haha, meme. Benjamin Netanyahu is silly and dumb. Does that make sense? It allows people an out to not engage with a very real reality that people are experiencing. Right? But I'm not saying like you have to think about the feelings of Israelis and how they feel about the term spiritually Israeli. Like I don't care. Right? The point of the matter is that you don't want people to lose focus on what the actual goal is, and that is liberation. Right? You don't want to confuse liberation with catharsis. This shit that Zionists are crying is anti-Semitic. We not concede to their framing. We can still critique people who don't do enough, though. I don't think that's conceding to their framing. Right? I don't think you're engaging with what I'm saying. I think you're engaging with what you believe I'm saying. I don't know a lot of his recent music. BB No Money? I don't know about BB No Money. He's just peddling disinformation by conflating that there are plenty of Israelis that don't support the genocide. He wants understanding for Israelis, but call that genocide taking place. He's just wrong. Again, I think he's uninformed, right? And that is a problem. That is an L, right? Yeah, I misunderstood what he's saying. When it seems like he's trying to tone police people saying Israeli society and genocide government are genocidal. No, that's not what he's doing, from what I understand. Right? I think the important context here. People were calling BB No Money spiritually Israeli, right? And BB No Money's music spiritually Israeli, right? They would like post his videos and his music and stuff like that. It's like, this is spiritually Israeli music or whatever, right? That's important context to this discussion. I mean, you can believe that if you want to, you know, I have my own opinions on it, but that's what the conversation is. And I think that there is some truth to the way that the memification of the genocide, right, removes some of the serious conversations, right, around this discussion and allows people who are not political, right, and out to kind of get signal virtue without actually doing any substantive critique. Does that make sense? Right? And as a leftist, you should want people to be substantively and morally against, right, the genocidal state of Israel, and not to just jump on the meme train where memes can be useful. I'm not saying memes can be useful. I'm also not saying to not say spiritually Israeli. Right? I'm just saying is that like you don't want people to lose sight of what the actual topic of discussion is, which is serious, and that is the genocide. Right? That's it. I agree that you use it as a signal, but I don't think you should frame it as tone policing. You should frame it as do something serious. What do you mean? You should have understood and had more backbone than fence sitting. I agree. I do think that like I think that there were cop outs that BB No Money made in a statement, right? I think him calling out the Israeli government is a cop out. Right? I think him doing like I want a free and independent Palestine and not calling out like the genocidal state of Israel is a it's a two stating solution. But again, I also don't expect anything differently from BB No Money. I just don't. If we use the term wrong and beautifying a genocide is gross, it's pretty easy to recognize the fascist culture that presides in Israel and produces at least socialist art that has a specific quality to it. I mean, I think that's kind of cope a little bit. Not that, I think like, art can be soulless in general. I think it's cope just to keep calling things spiritually Israeli. I do. I think people just want to keep calling things spiritually Israeli, which you can do, right? I don't think there's like a specific quality that make things like again. I think there are qualities in all art that makes it soulless, particularly, right? I think there are better critiques to make of Israel than like the art feels kind of soulless, personally. Whereas, again, I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm just saying that like it's important to not lose sight of the major topic of discussion there. You know? A spiritual Israeli is best used to describe obnoxious entitlement. Spiritually and literally fascist. I get the issue is that like the problem is that again, people just started calling everything cringe spiritually Israeli. And that's kind of why BB No Money made this part of the statement. We're spiritually American, but we are the playbook. If advocacies defend the right of saying spiritually Israeli are weird. I mean, I think it's part of catharsis. I don't think it's like substantive activism. I think it's a part of catharsis. I think it's specifically to like, to like vent steam, right? It's kind of how I view it. Which again, I'm not saying I've never been against catharsis, right? You can do catharsis, right? My point is that I think oftentimes people are given an out when talking about the genocide by just memeing on Israel as opposed to like being against Israel. Like it's very easy to be like, haha, Israel sucks, haha, this is spiritually Israeli, haha, Benjamin Netanyahu's bad, right? But it's hard to say that the genocide state of Israel shouldn't exist. That is difficult to say. I think we are giving people an out by allowing people saying spiritually Israeli to be activism, right? I think we're giving people and allowing people to be like activists, right, and pro-Palestine by just, doing superficial memes. Does that make sense? People calling it activism. That's how it's positioned. You know what I mean? It is positioned aligned with activism. You know what I mean? But again, I'm not saying you have to stop saying spiritually Israeli. Right? I get why it exists, right? I understand it. I get it. Right? The point is that you don't want to lose focus of what the actual goal is, which is liberation. Right? Don't let normies trick you as if they are like completely on your side when they're saying spiritually Israeli, but they're actually two-staters. You feel me? I think that's been happening a little bit. That's my point. But no, you should make fun of Israel because I think it's funny. That's my take. Taylor Mason apologized to Mason Zaid, and I went out and set up about it. There's both sides. There's sludge. Anyway, this is a whole thing, and so my read on Bibi No Money is I do think he's a liberal Zionist, and like in a way that I think like Miss Rachel is like a liberal Zionist. Like I think he cares about Palestinians. I think that's useful, and we can use that. But I don't think he's like well informed enough to like be a like true activist, and he needs to better educate himself. If that makes sense. There's a use to somebody like Bibi No Money, right? Talking about a free and independent Palestine, right? But it's our job to step in and take people the rest of the way there. It's kind of how I view it. Brad Lander type. I guess 2020. I'm still kind of stuck on like 2024 Brad Lander a little bit, which was like definitely worse. I think Brad Lander has gotten slightly better in the last 2 years. You know? But Brad Lander is still worse. Yeah. Yeah. Using his personal feelings about people calling his music spiritually Israeli to hedge his POV, that there are a substantive number of Israelis who don't support the genocide, and two things have nothing to do with each other. I don't necessarily agree, right? As like that's like his intended goal with the statement, right? Again, I don't think it's like as malicious as that. I think he's just kind of dumb. I think he's kind of dumb, and he's been again, I'm not saying that it's like good or it's not harmful or giving him a pass, but I don't think he's like a malicious actor doing Hasbra. I think he's just stupid. And he like genuinely thinks like, no, there are Israelis that stand against genocide. When like Israelis will tell you like, bro, there's like 2 of us. Bro, it's like there's like a club of like 5 of us, and we meet like every week. You know what I mean? And I think he's just dumb. And that's why I say he's like uneducated, and he needs to do work to educate himself. Nobody's peddling harmful propaganda that allows genocide to continue. It has a negative effect. Sure, right? But I think intention matters to an extent of like where we push them, right? Whether we push them out or push them towards education. You know? 6 of them and 5 of them are currently in jail. Yeah. Because of Halen's Razor moment. But you understand what I'm saying? Like, I think because he's not malicious and because he's uneducated, we can push him towards the education to correct that. Right? So like, I don't think you're wrong. I don't think we disagree on this. Right? I think we are all aligned with like where Bibi No Money stands on this and where he needs to go. I assume he's super young. I mean, he's older than I am. He's like 29, so like not super young. Like compared to the ContraPoints recent tweets, yeah, like night and day. ContraPoints is like a Hosperus. ContraPoints is ideologically invested in the state of Israel because she is a Zionist, ideological Zionist. Like he's like uninformed. He's an uninformed liberal Zionist who just is doesn't know much, right? Which, to be fair, like so was I years ago, right? Why do we need to push him? Because we should push everybody. Wait, he's 31, bro. He's old. Most people are not as plugged in as his chat and left his Twitter. I will slightly push back where it is a little bit different in 2026 than it was in 2024 and 2023. It is slightly different now, and I do have an expectation that he should be better informed. Right? We are like 3 years in. He should be better informed now. Anyway, I think it was a good discussion, actually. I think it was productive. Definitely not as heated as I thought I was going to get it. Remember when Dave went from Crimea talked to Hassan about Israel-Palestine? I don't now. I would have thought that getting called spiritually Israeli for 207 for 2 years would induce him to investigate. That is a point that I agree with, actually. We are aligned on that point. He should have done a little bit more insight. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Hopefully now that he knows that, like, to be fair, again, there were a lot of leftists who thought there were like a huge constituency in Israel for like anti-genocide beliefs, and it just that had never been the case. There was never like a majority in Israel that was a state against the genocide or the occupation. Never. Right? There was no polling that ever said that that was the case. It was all kind of like editorializing and a little bit copium, wishful thinking. Yeah. Right. It has grown. Right. It went from 10 people to maybe 12. It has grown slightly, very, very slightly. Right. But by and large, 20% increase. Yeah. By and large, it's just not a prevailing sentiment in Israeli society. You know, which is why you like. It's kind of like waiting for America to not elect another Donald Trump. It's not gonna happen. You feel me? That's why America needs to cut off, full embargo on Israel. Because you're not gonna like wait for like Israeli society to like wake up and be like, wait, guys, this is bad. You need to cut it off, right? Cut off full embargo. No weapons, no nothing. You feel me? They're like 10 Israelis that support Palestine, but they probably already left Israel. I think that there are some in Israel because they're like kids, you know? Something I saw on Twitter. Even a slight a drawback from the yellow line comments on J Poster freaking out about Swikla us all. Yeah. Norm is a two-stater. I don't know what Norm thinks now. Norm was a two-stater 2 years ago. I don't know what he believes now. I haven't heard his thoughts on Tuesday. I'm pretty sure, from what I understand, he's like a two-stater because he doesn't think that like Israelis can live like in coexistence with Palestinians, from what I understand. Unless I misunderstand his position. Do you think Israelis are too bloodthirsty? He calls himself a no-stater, deferring to the ideal communist end state. According to no state. I can see that. But I mean, as a communist, that would make sense. They're too bloodthirsty. We just went over polls that show it. I don't necessarily agree, just in that like just in that it's an impossibility. Because I do think, and think about like post Reconstruction or post Jim Crow, like America forcing their hand, enforcing cooperation. They don't have a choice. if 88% of Israelis want genocide, then I mean they'll leave. Right? If America comes in and it's like, yo, we're dissolving the state of Israel, we're instituting a singular secular state where you can't do a genocide, yo, they're gonna leave. Right? And you enforce that. You know, with like, you know, big dick America. You're big dick America. That's what you do. It's your job to enforce it. You know what I mean? He said pretty much the same thing on the stream last week. Coexistence is questionable at best. So I brought that up. Enormous counter with Americans' treatment of Native Americans. I think that a good counter to that would be that there was nobody forcing America to do better, right? There was no insistence on America to treat Native Americans better, right? He's not wrong, right? He's not incorrect, right? Norm is not wrong on that, right? And this is a very valid discussion to have, I think, right? And I honestly, I think, you know, more valid than I think a lot of discussions we have on left anyway. I don't think it's incorrect. That is a very valid point to make. He's just doomer. I mean, there is a point there, and like there are barriers and hurdles you will have to surmount in order for it to be even feasible. You know? But again, I will always defer to the Palestinians about what, you know, the people being oppressed. Right? The first step is non-negotiable. We gotta stop giving them weapons. Like that's like that happens regardless. No matter what else occurs, America's not funding Israel is like a regardless. Like that's a non-starter. Well, I think is a good place to put our effort towards now because it's just happening. You know? And I want to get back to the TikTok debate thing as well.
And Palestinian people going and sitting down and sharing a meal with. Like, that's wrong. That's not okay. All that to say this, right? Like, these videos are not educational. They're not educational. They are entertainment at the expense of marginalized communities. Like, make no mistake, Jubilee is not a hero. They are profiteers.
Like I said, a lot of other channels have kind of copied Jubilee's content and format, which only makes this harm even more widespread. Like sometimes I'll see thumbnails or titles of videos and I think it's a Jubilee video, but I have to do a double take because it looks like slightly off. And then I see that it's one of these other like media houses or whatever that are pumping out this content. And it's all doing the same like irresponsible damage. Also, the comments about the debates are so valid because why are you asking somebody to debate against someone who doesn't believe that they have the right to exist? Like they'll have like trans women debate against like conservative cisgendered women, and it's like, what are you even supposed to say in that kind of argument? Like, you don't believe that I have any right to like exist in the same space as you, so why am I talking to you? Like, that's just legitimizing their argument, and it's like they're not gonna get anywhere. Like, that's not a productive argument, and it's dangerous for them too. Like, why would you put somebody in a space with somebody who hates their guts? Like, what? Another big issue that I have with the channel that I've seen a lot of people also saying is that they don't do real-time fact checking. Now, I've seen that in a lot of their videos, they'll fact check in post. So like if somebody says something that's not correct during the debate,
I think they actually turned this into like a bit in one of their newer series where like they have a button that they have the contestants place or press once they want to get fact checked in real time, right? I think I saw it because I saw Evan and Evan and Mason in one of the videos. I don't know where I got Jason from. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. With that one black kid. Mason the weed. What's it called? Jubilee. The Jube. Wait. I should have done this one. Oh, it's Xena.
I feel like you want to be confrontational more than you want to get to the bottom of a conversation. But if you're
it's
25
Naima.
and under, the leading cause of death for you is being murdered by another black person.
Think you full of shit. That is the whole thesis of Up From Slavery.
No, it's
Did
not.
you read the book?
I did not read the book.
There you go. Then you don't know what you're talking
I
about.
know what I'm
You are
saying.
uneducated.
Let me just say that.
I'm just trying to figure out if I know any of these other people.
That Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I've heard.
Donald Trump.
Have you ever met Donald Trump?
Is systemic racism holding the black community back? Or has it become an excuse to avoid personal responsibility? Now, John was a little too white to handle this topic, so you got me. I'm Paris Rose from Jubilee Media, and this is Surrounded, where one brave soul faces a...
Amanda Seals. I don't know if Amanda Seals is on here. Do I recognize any of these other people? Let me see. I don't think so. I only know Naima and Zena. Let me check the... Wait, Elijah McCoy. I think I know this person. No, I don't know this person. Why didn't they ask me to be on this movie? I wouldn't have gone. I wouldn't have gone, but like they could have asked me though. I love that for the black episode, they got a bunch of random black people who like don't have platforms. But like for the Nazi episode, they get like PragerU, contributor paid $700,000 last year. Like liberals, I could have pretended to be a liberal for this. Also, Zena and Naeem are both leftists. I don't know about the rest of the people though, but I know they're both leftists. You live in LA? Okay, I did when this was filmed, probably, most likely. Okay. Shut up. Anyway. I don't want to do freaking more Jubilee stuff. I also don't want to do... Oh, okay. We'll do this briefly. Suburb Baby. This guy. Remember this guy, Chad?
Saw the birth of an up-and-coming star in the streaming industry named Suburb Baby. Suburb Baby's budding streaming career could be attributed to winning MVP at Stream University.
The MVP award goes to Suburb Baby.
Oh, we got 101K in the chat. Lame ass watching me do nothing but bullshit. Man, if you don't get a job, I'm over here committing crimes. You watching me getting inspired. Wrong with the world these days.
Seemingly overnight, he went from having hundreds of live viewers to tens of thousands of live viewers. Now, most people would say, hey, if you are the winner and most entertaining person at Stream University, the biggest streaming event of the year, then naturally you would have such wild leaps and jumps. But the internet did what it does with all of the new and up-and-coming Twitch streamers, and they accused Suburb Baby of not just getting his success from Streaming University, but also being a view botter.
Y'all dumb. I already told you. Someone's botting me and I'm trying to get it gone. Y'all don't listen. What do you want me to do? You can't give me a valid answer. You're just gonna keep talking. What are you talking about? I'm being botted. I can't.
By the way, I just want to point out, he could have capped his stream at any point. At literally any point, he could have capped his stream. And he probably wouldn't have gotten his view box clapped down to 5K. He could have capped it at 10K and been chilling.
Stop it immediately. These want me to do something about it.
Now, why people would bot Suburb Baby, hell, I don't know. Maybe we'll explore that a little bit later in the video. But once he was calling these people out, well, the botting stopped and the viewers dropped. He would go from 85,000 people in his chat to just 6,000 people. And that raised a lot of red flags.
How do you go from 83 to 6K? Just how you went from being yourself to writing. Just, people can do a bunch. They said bro only has 6,000 viewers and they laughed. Fam, how much do you have? Bro was laughing at 6. You know you can be a millionaire with 6K viewers, right? Bro, how much do you have?
Bro, okay, why is he getting mad? He know he was getting botted. Like, that's what I don't understand about this. Like, he knew he was getting botted. What is he upset about? He's like, yeah, I was getting botted before, but like, yeah, we 6x'd. Right? We were at like a 1K before Stream University, now we're at 6K. We're up.
Normal, bro.
room.
Now, for what it's worth, this doesn't mean that Suburb Baby was exposed, but it did mean that Twitch allowed fake viewers to become a part of his success story. And that made it harder to separate the numbers that he actually earned from the success that he never asked for. But now the real test begins. Can Suburb Baby actually turn those thousands of genuine viewers who stayed into a long-lasting career? Or are they gonna be Thanos snapped and deleted just like those bots were?
Ooh, this looks nice. What is this? That's a good deal right there. Buy one, get one free. Should I get it in black?
Sponsor Proton Mail?
And that milk that's in the fridge is spoiled. Now, for what it's worth, I think it is fair criticism or to ask, you know, if...
What's this code?
So you can transition on your own time. If you want to take control of your life and your privacy, then use this link, proton.me/Ohmeezy, OHMEEZZY, and get your privacy back. Use that link to create your free account today. Oh, and by the way, your registration's expired. And that milk that's in the fridge is spoiled. Now, for what it's worth, I think it is fair criticism or to ask, you know, if somebody who had a meteoric rise like a Suburb Baby was botted or not. If we look at his Twitch tracker, he went from 100 live viewers to hundreds of thousands of live viewers. And granted,
that's wild.
It was during some situations where Kaisenat, Duke Dennis Agent, Rage, DDG, the biggest streamers in the game may potentially be on his camera, but ultimately they were on other cameras as well. And those cameras didn't reach those viewership numbers during that time. So why Suburb Baby?
If our stream is being viewbotted, what the fuck made you think I did it? Out of all people. I don't know how to fucking viewbot.
Wait, he was talking about this at Streamer University? Oh, he should have just let it rock. Oh, that's an L. Just not even an L for him being a view botting. It's an L for how he handled it. He should have just let it rock. We watched it. No, we watched afterwards. We watched him talking about it afterwards. He like sitting in the cafeteria, like talking about how he's being view botted. He should have just let it rock, not addressed it. Right? And then kept it pushing and addressed it after the event.
And if you niggas said, oh, you're being viewbotted, but you're doing it, bitch, like, I don't fucking know how to do that.
Right. Again, I'm not making any sorts...
Everybody says that.
Of accusations about whether he did or did not do this, but when your chat says 80K but moves more like 3,000, then I think it's very valid and fair for a lot of people to question if this is legitimate.
Does it make sense if people claim to have a lot of new viewers from TikTok as mobile viewers, how they have multiple POVs open? The math doesn't work.
Or not. Now, for what it's worth, the numbers changing don't take away the fact that Suburb Baby still did what he had to do in order to win the MVP of Streamer University. None of this proves that he actually purchased the actual bots. None of this proves that the previous viewership was fake or real. The only people that would know this stuff is Twitch and their internal data system. But even after said drop off from 80,000 to 6,000, that's still a major audience for what it's worth. But so now streamer Suburb Baby sits in this awkward position of celebrating this number and then having people accuse him of being some sort of cheater. But if he ignores them, then it almost feels like he has something that he's hiding. If he denies any responsibility...
I disagree. He should just ignore it. Nothing good comes from actually talking about it.
They'll say that he's lying, and now every future milestone that he accomplishes while he's streaming will be questioned. But see, this is where the story gets really interesting, because being view botted is not the same as buying view bots, and I don't think that people understand that.
The bots are going away.
What are you bots?
Someone's botting me.
So hold on.
Also, it's weird. Why are they botting him specifically? You know? Like, I get why people would like bot Hassan during a specific segment, or like, you know what I mean? Like, why would they? That's what I don't get. Right? Because the bots did help him. I just want to point that out. He benefited from the bots. Right? The bots made him stand out from every single other person at Streamer University. It's honestly, that's the method. Bots are TV honest, one rich or Pierce a fan or a hater can do it. Yeah, but there were like 100 people at Streamer University, and he was the only person botted. You know, that's what's weird about it. Like, because again, that person didn't bot him before he was at Streaming University. So like one parasocial fan or a hater found him specifically and botted him all Streaming University. It's possible. I'm not saying it can't happen, but like, and then they just decided to stop one day.
So you can tell me. So how do you stop a view bot?
I don't know.
Yeah, how do
and
you
people
stop
are
that?
thinking I'm doing it.
And why would he talk about it though? He brought it up a lot.
I don't know how to view bot, and you would think like these niggas could just get them gone.
So hold on, so someone's view botting you, and how do you like tell them to stop?
You can't tell them to stop. Someone else has to just stop it, like somebody higher up.
Hold on, Chad, don't that shit cost money?
It does.
It does?
Someone obviously has money though. Streamers not the only niggas that have money. The niggas view botting have money. Cause like right now I have 46K. Right now, how many do you have?
43K.
There's no.
I just don't buy it that no streamer is botting themselves. Every streamer is always saying it's somebody else botting them. No streamer at all is botting themselves. None at all. I'm not saying he is, but it's interesting that every single streamer is always claiming that somebody else is botting them. But I have to remind you, they benefit from the bots. You can't admit it? No. I mean, yeah, obviously not, but we can address like we can address it like from like at face value. Every single streamer has so many haters that they all get botted except Hassan. It really makes you think. Yeah, Hassan gets botted in like small bursts every now and then, but like every other one of Hassan's haters gets botted all the time consistently because of their haters. That's interesting. That's interesting if you think about it. Usually when a hater bots, it's like for a small amount of time. It's interesting if you think about it.
I don't know, again.
I got a couple thousand here.
Someone is botting him for his entire stream every time he goes live, every day of every week. For a consistent, 3 weeks. Man, that hater's really getting to him, That is dedication. Not missing a day.
But I don't got no 46.
So okay, how much you think views you got in your chat right now?
13 maybe? I don't know.
So you guys think you have 13K?
It could be around 20. I don't know, but I know it's not 46.
I said earlier in the video that there are a plethora of reasons as to why somebody would be view botting, especially not like their own self view botting themselves. Maybe you're signed to a management company or a label and they would send view bots.
5 minutes after stream starts. He was at 69,000 views 5 minutes after stream started. Those are Kai Cenat numbers. He was pulling numbers analogous to 2024 Kai Cenat. For context, right? Like he was either botting or being botted. Like there's like no question. That's not up in the air. The question is whether or not he was botting or not. Maybe starting Soup Playlist was just that good, yeah. Oh, gosh darn it.
You might send view bots to this person. Now, people are more likely to enter a busier stream. Larger streamers feel like a bigger streamer, especially not like.
It could be around 20. I don't know, but I know it's not 46.
I said earlier in the video that there are a plethora of reasons as to why somebody would be view botting, especially not like their own self view botting themselves. Maybe you're signed to a management company or a label and they would send view bots to your page to make you look like a bigger streamer. Maybe you are a fan of a streamer and instead of sending gifted subs, you might send view bots to this person. Now, people are more likely to enter a busier stream. Larger streamers feel like they are more important or there's something important going on.
I have no idea.
Clip pages start to look at things differently.
A lot for 50,000 viewers, for sure.
Sponsorships that they get are bigger. Other creators become more interested in collaboration. There's so many.
My PR team told me that answer.
reasons as to why somebody would be sending view bots to their favorite content creator or streamer's platform. But there are also negative impacts to view botting somebody. When somebody sees a meteoric rise like this, all of a sudden they become the talk of the town, but not necessarily for the good things. People start to question the integrity of said streamer. The real growth
Yeah, but that seems like a very roundabout way to do that. Am I crazy on this? It seems like a very roundabout way to be a hater. It's like, oh, you're an up and coming growing streamer. I'm gonna view bot you 50,000 viewers for the next 3 weeks for your entire stream, just so that when you're successful, people will always question whether or not you're botting, even when you have real viewership. Like, that seems like a lot of dedication. I think it's not logical, to be honest. Yeah, but it is. It's like water. It does find a path of least resistance. You know, or electricity. Hating is not logical, but it finds a path of least resistance. So if it's easier to just send somebody a hate email screaming the N-word, that's what they're gonna do. Right? Why would they do that for a guy who has 100 viewers before that? You know what I mean? And it's like Occam's razor. The simplest answer is the most likely one. Right? Is it likely that some random hater decided to viewbot him at the moment where it would be most helpful for his career? It's possible, but is it likely? Do all of that work so that potentially maybe they won't get banned, because everybody knows that viewbotters don't get banned on Twitch. So you're doing it specifically to like muddy the waters about whether or not, like, how much of their viewership is real. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know. I think here's my barometer. At the top of the list are people who are being viewbotted by their teams. I think that is way more likely than people who are like actually make it out the scene. Right? I think that's the number one most likely viewbotting mechanism, is people's teams or like organizations viewbotting for them. Right? Sponsor viewbotting for them. Secondly, is people viewbotting themselves. Right? And tertiarily, it's people being viewbotted by haters. That's the order of likelihood, or the number of like what I think, ranking of what I think viewbotting is. The last time it was like 35,000 for 50,000 viewbots for a week. That's a crazy amount of money. For sponsor stream too, yeah. Ever since Twitch got rid of embeds, I think that's the thing. You see org being like that, let's give you a boost for streamer you. Or his management company. I think I need to make a bot network. I mean, yeah. It was good. Food's good. I want some food. I'm hungry.
No longer trusted, and then ultimately people don't want to be associated with them because they are a cheater. Or what could be even worse, Twitch could have a response to these viewbotting allegations, or at least what they think to be viewbotting allegations, and it could negatively impact the streamer. This is Twitch support's method of combating those that are viewbotted. Today we are introducing a new enforcement type that we plan to roll out over the next few weeks. For channels identified as persistently viewbotting, we will apply a cap to the streamer's CCV, concurrent viewers, for a fixed period of time on all.
That is a drop off. I will say, if he was being botted, I do feel a little bit bad for him though. Right? This is normal. This is like normal viewership. And it's good viewership. Right? Most people, most streamers don't cross into the 10K range. Right? I get crazy viewership for the amount of followers I have, right? Shout out to that one chatter who was dissing me in the Sans chat. We talked about it earlier. But I get crazy viewership for my followers. I have 40,000 followers and I get like 400 viewers concurrently. Right? There are people who have 1 million. There are people who have 1 million followers who don't get 400 viewers concurrently. You know, people have 1 million followers who get like 200 or something. So was this you? Yeah. I didn't even say anything. They called me a 100 viewer Andy, and I am not a 100 viewer Andy. I'll show them. I'm gonna show them once I start sleeping with their mom. Sorry. I see someone 200,000 followers, but averages like 100 viewers. Yeah, that happens. Right? Followers, it's kind of meaningless on Twitch. Oh, so you like my magic proxies, chat? Hold on. I'll show you my sick and awesome cards. This card's kind of cool. You are a little bit late on the Acai thing. Look, boom. Look at how nice they look. It's for them to get them printed. Which one do you think is real? Eh? Left? This one? Red is too shiny. This one. Our left. This one. This one's real. They're both fake. They're both proxies. This is indeed. Okay, hold on. Another test. Another test. I'll find a good example. All right, this is going to be an easy test, though. It's not fair. Okay, which of these? This is an easy test. You can tell it's this one. Okay, hold on. Another test. Eh. Okay. Which of these? Okay, now you can just tell. Okay, anyway. Those glossy coated ones. Thank you. You look at these though. These are shiny. This one is tough. Look at how it shines. This one is Azula. What printer do you need for that? Honestly, you can use any printer. I've been testing a lot. I have a lot of things. I also have some of these. This is also a test one that I did. It's not as sharp, unfortunately, but it's like less reflective. Right? So I have a bunch of these. These also have backs. I also have this, which is just the sheet of paper. I have I tried this one. This one didn't come out very well. What kind of paper are you using? I've tested. I've spent a lot of time testing these. You use that HP printer. I throw that printer out. Printer's gone. There's a few options you can do if you want paper. You can get sticker paper. print on a stair paper and then stick it onto a card back. Or you can do premium glossy paper, or you can do premium matte paper, like presentation paper, and then laminate them. Do a money spread. I don't want to drop them because I will drop them. Anyway, sorry. Also, I made an entire... Also, I printed a box for this one. This box is printed. Because I don't have my commander boxes. But I printed an entire deck. Ugh. Ugh. Look at all these cards. Once they're in their sleeves, you can't even really tell. Anyway, sorry. Got distracted by Magic the Gathering again. Oh, the printer I have is the EcoTank printer. I will never buy an HP printer again. I've told you about my experience with HP. Never in my life will I buy HP ever again. And sleeves possibly basically look just as good. Indeed. HP is awful for printers. You get cards that low quality, to be honest, so sometimes proxies look too good. I have HP and it sucks. Wait for Family Guy, Magic the Gathering collab to start collecting Magic cards. I would need them to do Dragon Ball Z already. How difficult is it to get into Magic the Gathering? I know nothing about it. Not difficult. Okay, I'll give you a crash course. Crash course in Magic. 10 seconds. Or no, someone time me for 1 minute. In Magic, you have cards. Cards are in 5 colors. The colors are on the back of this thing here. Boom. You have white. This top is white. White, green, blue, red, and black. Right? Each card, the color has a specific type. Doesn't matter, not important. In order to play, you play with cards. All the cards are either spells or lands. Right? Lands are either forests. This is a forest. You have plains. You have swamps for blacks. Right? You have plains for whites. You have mountains for reds. And then you have islands for blues. Plus other lands, not important. Royal colorless, not important. Basically what you do is you can play a land card 1 per turn. Right? So if you play a black card, you have 1 black mana to spend. Because you can tap the land, you turn it sideways, and then you can use that 1 black mana to then cast any spell in your hand that costs that, for the most part, like this 1 Moon Shadow that costs 1 black mana there. Right? Each card has stuff on it that you can read that explains what the card does. It has a creature, which means it's a type creature, which means it's a creature type. Elemental. It has menace, not important. And it has stuff on it that does stuff. And it has attack and health, basically. And that's all it is. And that's all you need to know. Abdul Zoran win. Oh, that is a good derail. Explain how Commander. I don't know how that works. Commander is basically 4-player Magic. So we play Commander sometimes on stream. You are always free to join Commander nights whenever we do them. Teach chat about Planeswalkers. Planeswalkers are the nerds of the Magic game in-game game. So basically, they're the people in-game who go around. They're like, "Ooh, I want to go to this place over there," and then they walk through the planes to go over there, and then they Planeswalker is you. You are also a Planeswalker. That is a thing, but there are also Planeswalkers in the lore, and they're the nerds of the game because they're casting the spells and stuff. You are a Planeswalker, not the Planeswalker. But Exodia is a combination of 5 cards that come together to build one giant big monster thing that's like super strong and stuff.
Well, I'm assuming that's in response to Abdul El-Sayed's victory yesterday evening. And I think first I'd just like to congratulate Dr. Abdul
Your favorite
El-Sayed
commander?
Civic Insomnia just subscribed.
I've played with Quandrix recently.
Victory. He ran a campaign where it was best described by his words of money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicaid.
Oh, you can't see? Oh.
Well, I'm assuming that's in response to Abdul El-Sayed's victory yesterday evening. And I think first I'd just like to congratulate Dr. Abdul El-Sayed on his victory. He ran a campaign where it was...
So know what a commander is? A commander is a legendary card here. So you see this card? This is a creature card, not a commander. You could tell it's commander, it would say legendary here, or it would say can be your commander here, or it would have a border up here, right? Do I have any legendary cards in my hand right now? No. Okay. This card, this actually can't even really see the card. Gosh darn it. I have to have one legendary card. Ah, here. This card has a special border up here that's spiked. So this can be a commander, but it also says legendary here, which means it can be a commander. This commander is sits outside of your deck at your command zone when you're playing commander. You can play it at any point for its cost. So you always have access to it. But if it dies and goes back to your command zone, it costs 2 more mana every time it dies. This only means you only get one of them. Otherwise, you get 4 of the same card. That's in constructed, right? In a singleton format, which is commander is, you get one of any card anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Back to this.
Words of money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all. And if
he knows the slogan. That's cute.
He ran a campaign where it was best described by his words of money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all. And if those simple commitments and beliefs are what drives Representative Johnson to these kinds of conclusions, I think it shows you how deeply out of touch the Republican Party is.
Yo, double raid. Don't say DP raid. Grevlo and the Majority Report, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Shannon Watson's been crashing out all day. Is she still crashing out? She's been crashing out since yesterday. Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. A W primary day. How do you guys feel about the primary? I assume positive thoughts. She's a racist gross monster. She is a racist gross monster. I agree. Yeah, I can see that. Apparently she unblocked Adri. She definitely wants to see the more. Oh Lord. Oh my goodness. What is happening to the follows? That's so wild. Hearts of Grey was so close. Corey Bush was robbed. Yeah. She's not about to hit him from a song. Chat not happening. Who's been crashing out? Shannon Watts. Shannon Watts has been crashing out online. We covered it a little bit earlier. Excuse me, no money. Nope, not this. Not this. I think I closed it. I did close it. Gosh darn it. Where's it at? I know I had it open. Nope, not this, 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 not this. This one. Wait, one more. Dead at 2 a.m. Heart pounding for Abdul. Tired AF. Yeah. It is a W, and we'll take it. So the person said you were 100 viewer Andy's watching now. Listen, they don't watch me, but I appreciate that. Shannon Watts was mad at Hassan for saying this.
Like everyone being like, Abdullah has a fuck ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the fucking take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of shit, okay? You literally called the dude a fucking terrorist for months on end and like called him a sexist, misogynist, terrorist, bad candidate, fake doctor when he has like 2 fucking degrees. And now you're gonna sit there and be like, well, you know, you really gotta come to me now. Like, what are you talking about? Do you wanna fucking win or not? Lock the fuck in, okay? Lock the fuck in. And I do worry that there are some out there who, in an effort to make sure that this narrative that a progressive can win in a state like Michigan doesn't take root, will literally either subtly or, you know, not so secretively endorse Mike Rogers or stay out of the race while, you know.
Yeah, I think that's Shannon Watts. Yo, close presence. Thank you for the freaking 100 gifted subs. That's craziness. Huge W. I think we hit the you almost did it. But yeah, huge W. Hassan is correct about this. And it's and I understand his frustration. Shannon Watts is a loser and she sucks. And all she does is cry, and all she's been doing is been crying consistently for the last few months, at least. And Mighty Shaka Zulu, thank you for the Prime. And so, yeah, we talked a little bit about Cori Bush and what happened with Cori Bush's race. I don't know if y'all talked about it at the Majority Report or at Gremlo's stream, but it's just unfortunate. It's an unfortunate situation. It was such an uphill battle. She got vastly outspent, and she just needed more attention that I think she could have gotten. Honestly, like she was against the incumbent that she lost to already, and she got outspent. It was an uphill battle. It was uphill, and it sucks. It sucks. Plus, Jasmine didn't Jasmine endorse her opponent? I don't think Jasmine endorsed. I think Jasmine was like, I'm staying out of it, but I still kind of like Leslie Bell. You know what I mean? That's kind of what Jasmine Crockett was selling. To say Cori, she needed a full month of help from everyone. She was spent 27-1 with no new name rep. Yeah. Seeing how close Abdul race was actually was, I guess we did use the resource wisely. I guess I feel like it was an underperformance. Yeah, that's what Hassan was talking about yesterday. I actually agree with Hassan. Is that like I do think that like Abdul needed the attention that he got because it was just so close, right? And I don't think it should have been so close, but it kind of just shows that like. This is still an L for AIPAC, right? And I don't want that to get lost. Basically for Heartless Peace last night. We'll take a look at it. I don't want that to get lost in the conversation that it is an insane L, right? A $70 million L for AIPAC. And we take those, right? But it does still show that there's still more work that needs to be done. Right? We still have to do more work. Right, to push back against the tide that Israel is, trying to, still trying to take over our elections, but push for organizing on the ground to maintain the energy that we had for Abdul and push that out throughout the country. Does that make sense? So I'm saying the same thing. The job isn't finished. Space takes, yeah. Actually, I'm glad. I think that as divided as the left can be, I think we're all on the same page on this. And that does give me hope. Right? Because it is a W. And we do take those Ws. Right? But it shows that, we have to take this further and deeper. And we can do that. the Obama endorsement grab had to be crazy helpful too. I really want to know the demographic breakdowns. I'm genuinely curious. To push local organizing and protect our neighbors, leverage that energy. Honestly, Hartzell is more useful to our community as an organizer. If I'm being honest, if you want my honest take about it, like I think most people are more useful as organizers, because I think organizers just can do more, right? Despite who's in office. If you have enough organizers, it doesn't matter who's in office. Is my view of it. It's obviously easier when somebody who is open to and welcoming to our beliefs is in office. But no matter who it is, if we have the numbers and we are well organized, then we can leverage those numbers to get whatever we want to. And that's what we need to be doing. Right? I think he did well considering. No, he did very well, right? Very huge W to Hartzell.
Gandalf the colorblind just subscribed.
Right?
What gives?
But I think this kind of, again, I said this earlier today, this kind of illustrates the shortcomings of electoralism is because we can't be everywhere at once. And we can't win every election. That's the Democrats' plan. The Democrats' plan is trying to win every election. And it's infeasible. It can't happen. You know? Right? So instead of trying to win every election, understanding that elections can have power and utilizing it when it's useful, right? But outside of that, getting on the ground and organizing, right, every, in between the elections so that these communities have the support that they need so that when elections happen, right, we don't have to do much work nationally as a leftist movement to bolster these candidates, right? We give these communities the tools they have to take deliberation into their own hands. And that's what we should be building. And we're not fully there yet. It's kind of how I view it. How different would the outcome have been if his name was Greg? Honestly, that is a question. I don't know. I don't know if you'll see like how much racism played into this dynamic. I don't know. Paco, I'm thinking for the gift of sub. Yeah, I saw something I want to read down. But isn't there a circular relationship there? If we have the numbers from organizing, then we'll also be winning elections? Not necessarily. Right? Think about how easy it is to get chuds on board with unions, right? Do you think like the chuds who are a part of like the UAW or the Teamsters, they're not voting for the Democrats, but they do vote for unionization in their workplaces. Right? And so they can be useful in certain instances when it comes to building solidarity. Does that make sense? And so we may not have the numbers to win on the Democratic ticket in elections, but that doesn't mean that we don't have the numbers to organize, to wield power. That's still possible. Right? I think it's way harder to win elections than it is to get people on our side in order to utilize and weaponize power, personally. I know pundits are using as cynical talking points, but we do need to build solidarity across more undeserved communities. Yeah. You see this? Hold on. I'll get to this in a second. But yeah, right? And I think this kind of demonstrates this kind of extensively. That's why I love, again, I've given credit to Hassan about this, right? I love the attention that like Chris Rabb is getting, Maynard is getting, Daria Liza is getting, like the Black socialist constituency is getting a lot of attention right now, right? And we need to be doing that more, especially if we're even considering ALC 2028, right? Which again, I have thoughts on. But if we're even considering any progressive in 2028, we gotta get on the ground into Black and brown communities. We do, right? Because they're already trying to stack the deck against us. They're already trying to weaponize the Black political establishment against us. And we need to make sure that, right, that Black people are not checked out of politics because they are open to socialism by and large, according to polling. You know, we have to get there, meet them where they are, and change their minds. Right? I think Abdul was doing it as well. I think Zoran did it very well as well. They already have non-progressives running as progressives, and just lying to take the win out of the sales. Yeah, that's exactly what they do. To be fair, Kamala Harris ran as a progressive in 2019. Funnily enough, if you remember, she was running as a progressive in 2019. It didn't last long for her. The AOC is the most popular politician to ever exist. I feel like. No, it's still Obama. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah. JFK is also pretty popular, but like currently it's still alive. It's Obama. I think Bernie is still more popular than AOC. I don't think so. I think AOC does beat out Bernie in national favorability overall. I think in like leftists, I think Bernie does win. Right? When you filter for like leftists or like, you know, like left-wing people, but nationally I think AOC beats him out. Let's see. Controlling for 2024, this is the kind of suggests Stevens was buoyed by crossover Republican votes, especially in Metro Detroit, where primary composition swung 30 points towards D. So she got a lot of Detroit support, assumedly. See Democratic TikTok account posting Abdul thirst traps. There's so much. There's so much happening. Libs love her. Oh, that's about AOC. Again, I'm very curious about the demographic breakdowns about like how did like older Black people versus younger Black people go towards Haley Stevens versus Abdul Said. I'm genuinely curious.
Hey, big old freak, big booty, big old tree. I'ma make him wait for the pussy. Hit it in these big old ski. Hey, feet on the bed. I fuck him up in the head. Suck it, then look in his eyes. Then the next day I might leave him on red. Hey, big old freak, big booty.
Honestly, I think the DNC is just happy that that Abdul's not a rapist. I think they're just happy, like, bro. Thank God we have one. We have one. We couldn't get. We lost the other guy. We have one. Please. I know the Democrats posted that. No, bro. The Democrats they're looking for it. They're looking for it. I think maybe it would have been different if Graham Platter was still in, and they had a little bit of wiggle room. But they don't. Right? There's no wiggle room with like senators anymore. Right? It's already an uphill battle to get the Senate back. They don't have any choice but to get in line. You feel me? The DNC digital media staffers are likely left wing and waiting to make these. Yeah, I almost applied for that position as a joke back in the day. I did not though. It's only if they want to win though. Yeah, but they're not gonna. I don't think they're going to openly say we don't want to win. They're going to at least pretend like they're pro Abdul. You know what I mean? Which is why you say Haley Stevens almost immediately jumped to the Abdul train. Like they pretended with Zoran. Yes, actually, exactly like that. They have to preserve any legitimacy. Yeah, they have to attempt to stay like, guys, we don't want to lose. We're not losers. You think James Carville's going to endorse? No shot. No shot. Also, thank you for the 10 months. I don't know if I said that. But no shot. There's no shot he's endorsing. The party does not want to give up a chance at the Senate, so they can't really sit this one out. Yeah. He said he would leave the party. Let's see if he will. I hope he does. Bro, him and John Fetterman can go. You probably endorse the Republican at this point? Yeah. Here, we'll get back to the Super Baby thing in a second. Horse McNeil, thank you for the 27 months.
CNN cannot.
Did we cover this? I think we did cover this.
Just subscribed.
All right.
Birds,
Yeah.
literally.
But that is Jubilee. I won't subject y'all to Jubilee. If we get Clyburn either. Oh yeah, what is Clyburn saying? What is he doing? Oh, for people who just got here, by the way, I wanted to show you this. I should have said everybody who gets in. Maylak Heroes name dropping FD signifier.
Hi, I'm Jory with Gen Z for Change, and I'm here with
Maylak Heroes.
I feel like at this point, a lot of people are familiar with your politics, but if you wanted to give us a quick recap of what you ran on, could you do that?
Absolutely. Many out of politics, Medicare for all, housing first, universal child care, and end all wars.
All exciting things. I want to focus a little bit more on your personality, a little bit more about you. Is that okay? What are your favorite creators? Do you watch any creators?
I do. I really like this YouTuber. His name is FD Signifier. Has a background in social work. He's getting a PhD in, I think, sociology at one point. He makes a lot of really cool videos on Black culture, Black politics, and he's just a really cool creator.
What are your makeup goals?
And so I said, Maylak name dropping FD shows that she knows ball. Just got to get her caught up with a Shadow Black guy that I've heard about now, which is true. It just gets cooler. True. Does Maylak watch Sean too? We have to get her on the Sean train. We have to open her eyes to how awesome I am. FD praised and dissed in the same day. And she said Ludwig. That's crazy. That's crazy. I was also supposed to watch this as well.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit.
Why didn't you add her? I should have done that. You're right.
Of happiness. I'm not happy when my tax dollars are sent overseas in service of a genocide, of ethnic cleansing, of a rogue parasite, a rogue cancer, a genocidal ethno-supremacist state. I'm talking about Israel, and they can get fucked.
True.
What is that pursuit of happiness if not making sure that these goons and Gestapos, these 21st century stormtroopers, these ICE parasites, what is the pursuit of happiness if not to abolish these clowns, these assholes, these perpetrators, these predators? And while we're talking about predators, let's talk about some pedophiles.
They muzzled my man. They muzzled him. He gets me excited that time. I was like, I know what he's gonna say. I think we all know what he's gonna say. It's a good clip though. But yeah, sorry. John Fetterman's on the screen. I'm so sorry. I covered this. We covered Donovan McKinney winning. Oh, I wanted to get to the pod save boys on Hassan Piker. With the AIPAC as well. Here, we'll get to this as well. We gotta finish some links. We'll finish some links so I can close some stuff. John is joined by U.S. Senator John Fetterman for discussion on the Democratic Party, Israel, and the issues that continue to shape his politics. New podcast out tomorrow.
So for you could agree with them 90%, but
also, okay. Is it just me? Does anybody else have beef with like establishment media figures? Like, I'll say not legacy media figures having podcasts. Gosh darn it, leave that to us. That's our thing. Having podcasts, having Twitch streams, having YouTube live streams. Gosh darn it, leave that to us. They can survive. Yeah, they're taking up our slots. Stay in your lanes. Exactly.
Israel is the red line.
Absolutely. Israel for me. Like I can't ever turn my back to Israel after where it's at.
So, and I mean no disrespect on this, but that is not our country. You're saying that
what? Okay. He needs to explain that. What does he mean by that? He's like, well, he needs to explain that. I need him to explain that. What does he mean by that?
Israel after where it's at.
So, and I mean no disrespect on this, but that is not our country. you're saying that these candidates may have great ideas for our economy. They may want to do the exact same thing you want to do in terms of getting money out of politics. They may want to increase the social safety net. They may want to change the balance of power from capital back to labor. But if they don't agree with you on Israel, you don't want them in your party.
Well, I don't know who you're referencing to specifically.
No, I'm referencing what you just said.
Name
So
one.
in other words, Syed or AOC or Bernie Sanders, I assume you agree with a lot of what they say economically.
And what I'm saying is, like, if you are a DSA member, if you are a member of a specific political party, run under your own banner. And now I think Bill Maher said something very insightful. He said, you know, the DSA are colonizing the Democratic Party. So just be Democrats if you're going to run under the Democratic Party for that. Why have a DSA party for overall? So run on that, and you all understand.
It's just
What? What? Did that make sense to anybody? I genuinely don't think there was like a coherent thought there. That was not the question. The question was not. The question was, you agree with them, these people, like, economically. He's like, well, DSA is a party, and when you have a party, you know, you have to have streamer. Like,
an organization. It's not.
I genuinely
power
don't
from
get it.
capital back to labor. But if they don't agree with you on Israel, you don't want them in your party.
Well, I don't know who you're referencing to specifically.
No, I'm referencing what you
He's like Dean. He's like, I don't do hypotheticals.
said.
Name
So
one.
in other words, Syed or AOC or Bernie Sanders, I assume you agree with a lot of what they say economically.
And what I'm saying is, like, if you are a DSA member, if you are a member of a specific political party, run under your own banner.
If you're dressed for the UAW, you have to run under the UAW party. Yep, no in between. Even if you didn't want it, you have to run under the UAW party.
And now I think Bill Maher said something very insightful. He said, you know, the DSA are colonizing the Democratic Party. So just be Democrats if you're going to run under the Democratic Party for that. Why have a DSA party for overall? So run on that, and you all understand.
It's just an organization. It's not. We have a two-party system. We don't. It's like the Freedom Caucus in the Republican Party. There are, you know, there's Randy Fine and Ogles and all these nutbags that are also part of an area, and Republicans, I'm sure, may not agree with all of them on all kinds of things, but there is no other party.
Well,
I guess you could try it, but my point is, if you don't disagree with them on a lot of things, why not use some of that energy? And even like Mamdani in New York is DSA, but there are things in the DSA platform that he disagrees with. And I'm assuming there's probably things in the Democratic platform that you might disagree with, but you don't disavow the entire thing. You're literally saying we can all have discussions, except when it comes to Israel, which is not America. It seems like a weird line to draw.
Well, so then, I don't think that's weird. I think what history demonstrates is that when people or a government or people turn their back to the Jewish community, things end really badly, and it's a dangerous.
Jewish community and Israel are not the same thing, brother man. They're not. That is not the same thing.
No. It's like, hey, it's like if I have to pick a side.
It's like, well, John, you're kind of sounding kind of anti-Semitic to me, John. That sounds kind of anti-Semitic, John. You're
That is not the same thing.
No. It's like, hey, it's like if I have to pick a side for after 10/7 and after Iran, you know, I'm always.
What is he talking about? He has not answered a single question. Not even answered. He has not responded to anything that John has said this entire video. Like, genuinely? He's not even Jewish, right? No, he's not. Like, genuinely, Jon Stewart stops talking, and then John Fetterman, same name, I realize, just talks about something else. Yes, Jon Stewart is Jewish. I didn't mention it. I thought it was like a well-known thing. Like, that's why I made the your anti-Semitic John joke.
I'm always going to stand with Israel. I'm always going to Pence.
Other man. They're not.
Why did he bother interviewing him to demonstrate how much his brain is deteriorated? I think partially less brain deterioration, just like how much he just doesn't care about what's going on. You know, like just how much he's like, I will defend Israel to my dying breath. You know, I think it is, and I think it's the role of the media to get it on record, right? It is the role of the media to get this on record so that we see exactly what's going on here.
That is not the same thing.
No. It's like, hey, it's like if I have to pick a side for after 10/7 and after Iran, you know, I'm always going to stand with Israel. I'm always going to vote and support whatever that's necessary to protect themselves and to prosecute Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran too. And
they're not prosecute. Does he know? Okay, I was going to ask a stupid question. I was just about to ask a stupid question. So I'm gonna move on before I finish that question, because it would have been a very dumb question.
Very left never said a peep after Iran executed 30 to 40,000 young people in there.
I mean, you already got it. The question was, does he know what words mean? And the answer is no. No, he does not. I already knew the answer.
And executed 30 to 40,000 young people in there just for protesting for democracy.
And I want to point out that, like, I don't think this is the stroke. I think he's just genuinely dumb. Right? Like, I don't think the stroke helps. Like, my grandfather died of a stroke. I know what strokes do to your body. I don't think the stroke helps his well-being, right? But like, he's also just like really dumb, and he was dumb before the stroke too. He went to Harvard though. Listen, I can guarantee you that like that does not mean much. He meant persecute. I know what he meant. That's not what he said.
You think that the left is pro Iran, not the country, but the regime?
What I'm saying though is like, if anyone in the Democratic Party is fine with Iran building a nuclear bomb, I disagree with that person.
I think most people are. Again, I think you're caricaturing the issue, but I want to.
What is he talking about? I know you are doing good. Thank you, Cornelius Dingleberry. What an interesting name you have. Studying love of Philly teachers. Welcome in. Disagree is a bit different than telling them to leave, no?
Or caricaturing. I think most people are. Again, I think you're.
Wait, sorry, back.
I disagree with that person.
I think most people are. Again, I think you're caricaturing the issue, but I want to. Is there anything you would criticize Israel about?
No, they are our bestest of friends. Well, this guy sucks. This guy is horrible. Hold on.
Mayor John Fetterman says he rushed his son inside, called 911, and took off in his truck after a masked man in black he saw running. But Chris Mayeras, the man Fetterman confronted, turns out to be an innocent jogger who police say had no weapon.
There wasn't any assault rifle shots. It was bottle rockets behind the library.
Mayor Fetterman did have a weapon.
Yo, oh, jeez Louise. He was massive.
A 20 gauge shotgun.
Not even like fat, but like just massive. That scared the mess out of me. Like, bro, I should be scared of him. I should be scared of him, bro. Why would he be scared of me? Bro, if I saw that guy running down the street, I would be terrified. I don't think the jogger fell, bro. Yeah, nah, no. I'm out of there, dog. I am out of there.
Under the back seat of my truck, which I pulled out and I showed to just say, look, we're going to wait here and we're going to get this all sorted out when the police arrive.
Mieres and the mayor tell very different stories. He says Fetterman...
Looking like Kingpin? That is a very Kingpin fit. Very Kingpin build. If you said that dude running, there's something definitely wrong. Yeah. Bro, I'm running too. I don't care. If he's like, hey, he's running. I'm like, nope. I don't care what's happening. I'm gone.
Followed me into North Braddock and pulled a shotgun and aimed it at my chest.
Did you point the shotgun at him?
No, I did not. I pointed it, way so that he would see that I was armed, but I did not point it at him. In fact, I didn't even have a round chambered or remove the safety at that point.
For both men, it was frightening. North Braddock.
Excuse me? Excuse the flip out of me now. Hold on. What are we talking about here? For both men? This literal 390, 400-pound dude, right, who is literally built like a tank, is barreling after you with a shotgun, and it's frightening for him? Are you serious? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Braddock's police chief says his officers tell him the shotgun incident was over when they arrived. Mieres says that's not true. The police tried to laugh it off.
I mean, there's a mayor with a shotgun and 6 other cops surrounded me. What else could I do but this?
I believe I did the right thing, but I may have broken the law during the course of it, and I'm certainly not above the law if I did. But what I did in a split second, and out of concern as the father and the mayor.
He's trying to make it like it's okay. He's trying to justify what he did.
Bro, can we get that more of a Utah guy back up there to the north? What is happening to the to the candidates from the north? Get Nate Bluen up there. All right. Can we get him up there to run? That guy is like an angel, like a saint in comparison to some of the people that we be running up there. Please, I beg of you.
I mean, you're the mayor of Braddock in North Braddock with a shotgun.
That's crazy. I did the right thing, but I broke the law. He admits that nothing bad happens to him. Lisa, thank you for the raid. What is going on? Welcome in, everybody.
And get this, it is showing that man right there. He is a local mayor, and believe it or not, what he's headed to do, he's about to vandalize the sign at a local business in his town. Channel 4 Action News reporter Sheldon Ingram live tonight, or Sheldon is reporting the story. He says the mayor admitted he did it.
Mayor John Fetterman shows us how he rearranged the wording on a club he doesn't even own. He actually knew he was captured by surveillance cameras, but he didn't care. In fact, he says he wanted to be seen on camera.
I know that they have cameras out front, and it was my way of putting them on notice. So it was a very public way that I chose to, put them on notice that, hey, we're going to shut you down.
And get this, it is showing.
Bro, this guy is certifiably insane. He was a menace forever. Bro has a lot going on in his life. Anyway, I do want to see. Okay, this is what we're gonna I do want to finish the suburb baby thing. But I do also want to see the reactions.
It was a very close race. Just 1 point
to El Sayed winning.
separates El Sayed from his opponent, Congresswoman Haley Stevens. But the victory
I want to
is
see the cope.
monumental for the progressive left. The race
Show me the
was a
cope.
draw. Well, Syed, it's much narrower than a lot of people thought going into this race. What is your big takeaway from how he pulled this off and what's next?
Well, I think what's next is the proving
Wait,
ground of
John Fetterman reacted? Okay, please give it to me. Give it to me. I need to know it.
Joining us here in the Situation Room right now is Democratic Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. Senator, thanks so much for joining.
Right, please announce you're leaving the party. Make my day.
Joining us, I know you've criticized several of El Sayed's progressive policies. You've been involved in a public dispute with him as well. What's your reaction to his victory that we have now projected in this key battleground state of Michigan?
Well, I think it definitely puts the seat in play. Michigan typically doesn't really elect a Republican in the Senate for a while. And now Rogers was a very strong candidate, objectively. He barely lost to Slotkin, and she's a very strong candidate, and she just barely won back then. So now, if you've seen some of the polling, El Sayed is under maybe 5 to 6 points or more against him. And now some real money is going to flood into that state. And a lot of the things that he has done and said during the primary, we're going to come back to haunt, like campaigning with a guy that loves Hamas and is very proud to stand with communist regimes.
So you're talking about Hassan Piker.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Who's out there with El
Bro,
Sayed.
I just love that, like, they're just like, I mean, yeah, obviously, Hassan Piker, that's the guy I'm talking about. This is politics now. There's an entire segment of our politics that's now like, you know that one Twitch streamer guy? I hate that guy. I hate that guy. And that's just it. Like, that's like a guiding principle behind like liberal politics now. That's crazy.
Sayed on the campaign trail. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, you'll be able to find out what he really thinks. Is he still going to campaign with a guy that proud to love Hamas? We'll see. Are you going to campaign with a guy that openly loved Mao and even dresses like him for events? So,
bro, is he good? is he good? It's a classic political angle. You need an enemy / target to scapegoat. Yeah, usually it's not a random guy. It's usually the other candidate. Usually you don't necessarily do like guilt by association. You know? It's like, oh, this candidate has, weird feet or whatever. And it's like, that's the big scandal. Now it's like, this guy is actually pretty cool, but he hangs with a guy who's, who people like, but I personally don't like. So have you thought about that actually? Abdul was officially called, right? Yes, Abdul was officially called earlier today. He's the nominee officially. You think Hassan was a candidate by the way that he's being covered? Yeah.
Overall, you're going to find out he was he had a very arrogant campaign, and now today he just discovered that less than a majority of your state's only Democrats didn't even want you and vote for you. You came in around 48%. So,
I mean, yeah, so did Haley Stevens. Actually, no, he was 49%. Haley Stevens came in around 48%. So, like, I guess no Democrat want any. I guess no constituents want any Democrat because nobody got over 50%. Okay, I guess shrug. I guess we can't run a Democrat anymore. He's like, you didn't get a plurality. So, sorry, you didn't get a majority. Is what it is. You didn't get a majority. You only got a plurality. So, L, I guess. I guess we should dissolve the Democratic Party.
You have a real situation as Democrats now that puts that seat in play.
President Trump just moments ago called El Sayed's projected victory in Michigan, and I'm quoting Trump now, great news for the Republican Party, labeling El Sayed a, quote, communist loser who hates Jews and Israel, end quote. How do you respond to what the president is saying, and do you agree with his assessment?
I'm saying
for Mike Rogers in really leaves us no choice. Yeah, apparently because Abdul won, but not well enough for John Fetterman.
Objectively, as a Democrat that understands how to win a competitive state, it's like it does put it in play. And 100% the Republicans were eager to run against him, and that's where we are. And now you see how close it was. 14,000 votes out of 1.5 million votes. And now,
poor baby. You still lost though, so you got to deal with it. When does Trump mention Hassan is only 1 degree separation from it. I don't know. And honestly, I'm with Hassan. I don't want him to. Because if Trump mentions Hassan, I'm 1 degree separated from Hassan. All right, that's too close for me. Right now, I'm 2 degrees separated. I'm fine. That's the way that I view it. Vance had multiple times. Vance is different than Donald Trump himself. Nobody cares what Vance has to say. Got the right do-rag with Trump as a sign of peace.
now that's a
I
divided.
want to claim 1 degree of separation. I don't know.
The divided primary, and he has said a lot of negative things towards her and other people. And now I think he's going to find out that he has to mend fences, as he said. Well, I guess we'll see.
Considering El-Sayed's win in Michigan, and we've now projected he is the winner in the Michigan primary, are you willing to consider that perhaps you are the Democrat missing what voters want from their candidates?
I mean, so for me, this candidate, I have a great relationship with vast majority of Democrats. We have really great candidates across the map. In Ohio, Georgia, in Texas, we have great ones. But, I have a real problem with people that are proud to campaign people that loved Hamas or that they love communist kinds of regime and under those kinds of policies overall. And that's why I'm saying objectively as a Democrat in the Senate saying that puts that seat in danger. And now that could, and now people like Sanders, after what he's done in Maine with Plattner, and now it's like it's creating.
Also, again, I'm sorry. I don't know how people can do electability arguments when this guy won an election. I genuinely, this is literally a Make-A-Wish senator. I don't understand how people can do electability arguments when this guy won an election. Bro, you can win if we put the energy behind it. We can get anybody out, right? And this guy is gone, bro. Summer Lee replacing John Fetterman. I'm right there, bro. I will put my electoral principles right and positions to the side to go out of my way to single-handedly campaign for Summer Lee to get it to happen. Maybe Summer Lee, please save us.
More kinds of chaos, and now it's like, will you?
I honestly don't even think she would need it. Like, I don't think she would need a crazy push. It wouldn't even be that difficult to beat John Fetterman in a primary. Like, genuinely, it wouldn't be like a situation like Abdul. It just wouldn't. You know what I mean? Who even likes him? Nobody. He's lying when he says he has friends. Nobody likes him. Nobody likes this man. Is he a negative approval rating? Yes. He's like only beat out by like Chuck Schumer in like national unpopularity of Democrats. He's very unpopular. Ugh, my legs. The state wants him out. Yeah, he can be out.
Will you own the blowback and making it much more difficult to defend this seat?
If a Democratic Senate primary were held in Pennsylvania today, the Commonwealth, as you like to call it, of Pennsylvania, do you believe you would win? If there was a Democratic primary in Pennsylvania.
Like today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, he doesn't even believe in himself. Yes, yeah. Bro, even he doesn't believe to himself. Even believe in himself. The polls show him losing to anyone. I mean, if we're being real, he barely beat Dr. Oz. He didn't even like handedly beat Dr. Oz. Like it was closer than it should have been. Like, and this is way worse. This is significantly worse now in terms of his favorability. Nah, he's cooked. He's cooked. He knows he's cooked.
I mean that's we don't know exactly, but overall it's 2026, so it's really kind of a theoretic.
It is a hypothetical question.
I mean,
but I asked the question because
okay.
Because you told my colleague Manu Raju last month, you probably remember, that you would leave the Democratic Party.
No, I don't think he remembers it. He's like, you probably remember it. No, I don't think he does. I don't think he does.
An anti-Israel policy, calling it your red line. What exactly does that look like? And at what point will you make that decision to potentially leave your own Democratic Party?
Well, I've said this, if the Democratic Party adds that into the platform.
He's messed up saying Democratic Party twice. This is the second time. Like, he say Democratic. Maybe it's like you know how Satan can't put his hand on the Bible? Maybe he literally can't say the word democratic because he's against democracy. He's like anti-democracy, so he literally can't say it. The word can't leave his mouth. It's the second time. It's literally the second time it's happened.
If the Democratic Party adds that into the platform, if they say we become a party that will never vote for aid for Israel, or if we will define Israel as the aggressor, or that's the problem in the region, so then that would force me to reconsider that.
That one issue alone, just Israel, if the Democratic platform upcoming were to say
he got wolf now.
Stuff, you would leave?
Well, that's become the defining litmus in this race. I mean, if you've been following the Michigan race, it was AIPAC, 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 AIPAC. I mean, that really made that the center of that race and all the other races across our country. So
AIPAC, the pro-Israel lobby organization. Why is Israel, another country, your red line right now? This is what your critics are saying, rather than a domestic issue that...
Even CNN's like, that's kind of weird. Even CNN is like, yo, this is a little bit weird. They're like, whoa, this is a little bit weird. Wolf ran AIPAC, right? I think so. It was something like that. I know he worked for AIPAC. I don't know if he ran AIPAC. I know he worked for AIPAC. But even he's like, this is kind of strange, bro. I don't know about this. Bro, how are you out-Zionisting CNN? That's crazy.
Impacts America red line right now. This is what your critics are saying, rather than a domestic issue that impacts Americans' everyday lives.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with a lot of Democrats.
That's not an answer. That's not an answer to the question. You said yes. That's not the question. Was why Israel instead of a domestic issue? And he's like, yep. That is craziness. He was the editor of their newsletter. Blitzer is definitely an AIPAC shield. Oh no, I'm not. I'm for sure. Like I'm not saying that Blitzer has turned over a new leaf. He's like anti-AIPAC, but like he's being like outflanked by Wolf Blitzer, and that's the crazy part.
At the center of
why is he your red line? Absolutely.
That race, AIPAC, AIPAC, AIPAC. I mean, that really made that the center of that race and all the other races across our country. So
AIPAC, the pro-Israel lobby organization. Why is Israel, another country, your red line right now? This is what your critics are saying, rather than a domestic issue that impacts Americans' everyday lives.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with a lot of Democrats too. And then when you migrate into these extreme kinds of
what? That doesn't answer the... Okay. Okay. I'm going crazy. I'm literally going crazy.
and embrace the kinds of people that should really be considered toxic. So, of course, I'm entitled to my opinion, and if you're proud to campaign with those individuals, great. That's really up to them. I called trash Plattner. I called that he is a real problem, and now why people seem to be okay with it. Why was Bernie Sanders okay with the guy? And he was already the Nazi tattoo. And after all the allegations of roughing up his ex-girlfriends and saying terrible things, indefensible things online, and you would push these kinds of candidates that put our ability to reclaim the majority at serious risk.
I hear everything you're saying.
Bro, you're talking about leaving the Democratic Party. You have zero room to talk. It's not going to be your party anymore. You are fine with leaving the party. What is your problem with it then?
But why is Israel your red line, the major issue that would force you potentially to leave your own party?
Because I think we have our nation has a very special responsibility to protect and support Israel. I mean, we're a Democrats. We're the ones that have a very kinds of progressive values. That's the nation that only has those kinds of similar values in that entire region. And now, if you look at the kind of danger,
even if that was true, which obviously it is not. Even if that was true, that's not an answer. That's not an answer, bro. They're across the world. That doesn't answer why that's your red line instead of something domestic. They're not America. You are an American senator. It literally doesn't make sense. If you're just like, oh no, they have progressive values, what? You're gonna like look at freaking, I don't know, the UK, Canada? What? If you don't be nice to Canada, I'm leaving the party? You're gonna say that next? Are you just gonna start naming countries that have progressive values and be like, you must be nice to France? France is kind of progressive. You have to be nice to France. If you're not nice to France, you gotta go. I'm leaving the party if you're not nice to France. France progressive. I mean, if we're being real, no country's progressive, especially after 2016. Like, that doesn't exist anymore. There's no progressive country. They've all been sliding into fascism. So, there's not a good example I could use. So I just used one that have like Western aligned values, one that are analogous to America. Everyone but China right now. Yeah, but obviously not gonna say China. Spain and Mexico are decent, but even they're cooked. Yeah, I could have said Spain. Gosh, I know Spain. Or Mexico. Excuse me, Mexico. I could have said Mexico specifically. Cuba. I mean, I was gonna say something that he would say, you know. Obviously, he's not gonna look at Cuba and think progressive. Did China stop horrible treatment for trans people? China did do that. China incites fascism, but it's not the progressive. That is the take on China. Get it? In comparison, China is like peak woke, if you will. But like it's a state. States aren't progressive. Like by their function of their existence, they cannot be progressive. They are states. They're functionally traditional. Like they are the status quo. They are what the status quo is. The barometer for what is progressive is decided based upon what the state is, right? It's the state. And then what's progressive is what is ever like is progressing past whatever the state is. So like it can't be, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You get the point. We're getting off topic. Too much into theory. But like that's the point. So there is no progressive state.
And the circumstances there remind people that Israel is not
Nerds
the
enough.
aggressor. They've been pushed into this existential war. And now I think for me, it's very critical that I'm proud to say I will always vote and support Israel.
So this is still an issue potentially.
Wow, Wolf. My left ear loves this. I'm glad that your audio works as CNN, a supposedly $1 million production. You have like audio equivalent to like a TikToker.
You're going to do it potentially that could force you to leave the Democratic Party?
Yes, I've said that a couple times.
Still there.
Of course that's there.
I want to be clear. Some of your colleagues across the aisle have openly hoped you'd switch your party to the Republican Party. If you were to leave the Democratic Party, would you become an independent or a Republican?
I don't know, but as I've said this, there are no Republicans that are pro-choice and pro-union and pro-gay community. I mean, all of those things. So, if you consider me politically homeless at some point, now I have put me at odds, and I don't know why. I think more people.
By the way, I want to point out, do you see analogs between what he's saying here and something that 2-3 years ago a certain Kirsten Sinema was saying, right? And then before her a Joe Manchin, and then a Lieberman. Like it's the same thing. The exact same thing verbatim. Right down to switching parties. Right down to switching parties. Right? The best case scenario is that usually what comes after this is them leaving. Or them like shutting up and moving on. Right? This is how we got Cinema out of here. Always record, it turns out they were always liberal centrist and never black progressive. It's true. Right? Even like black moderates are not like, I'm gonna leave the party for to defend Israel, right? Like you can't push this guy. I think you can push a lot of people. I even think you can push some Republicans. You can't push this person, right? You're not pushing John Fetterman on the issue of Israel. He needs to get out of Congress, right? You need to push him out of his position. Right? As a handler. I mean, he needs to, in order to maintain like his ability to do his job, to be fair. Do we see how he's doing on this interview? Like, honestly, he needs a handler a little bit. That really is the future. Yeah.
Can appreciate,
it's in my ear, sorry.
That are appropriate, whether it's people like Plattner or whether it's someone like Hassan Piker, or you have, people, incoming Congress people that were going to wipe their mouth with the American flag. I mean, it's like, why is it?
Hey, it's my God-given American right to do that, by the way. You can't stop me from using the American flag as toilet paper if I ran out of TP. And if I need to, gosh darn it, I would. It is my God-given American right to do that. I won't do that. Not because I'm morally wrong, but because I don't own an American flag. Like I legitimately do not own an American flag. Oh, see? You think you can get me. You think you can get me. You can't get me. I do not own an American flag.
It seems like if you can't criticize or call that out, because it seems like they're, I mean, if you are DSA people, run, you're under your own banner. Run, hey, I'm going to run as a DSA, the DSA party.
Socialists of America.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we want more socialism, and now we become more embracing communism in many of those circles.
So you think socialism eventually emerges and becomes communism? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying, what's become acceptable to say, and like, for example, now organizations like J Street have now made it okay for Democrats to vote against even supporting Iron.
Bro, he's like too Zionist for J Street. He's like, J Street has gone too far. That's crazy. I find it funny when people say that China is progressive or woke. This year they passed a law promoting ethnic unity and progress that codified Hanification. Don't get chat started on China discourse, please, please. We did China discourse like 3 months ago, and chat was a mess. It was a mess.
Dome, purely defensive kinds of.
I've given my critiques of China.
Why would you not support that kind of a thing? And that's pushing us in the Democratic Party. Are we willing to turn our back to Israel? History has demonstrated that if a nation or people will turn their back to the Jewish community, are we willing to turn that kind of a thing? And that's pushing us in the Democratic Party.
He said it.
Are we willing to turn our back to Israel? History has demonstrated that if a nation or people will turn their back to the Jewish community, that has some very tragic outcomes.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens, who just lost this Democratic primary in Michigan, echoed calls across the Democratic Party for unity heading into the fall. Are you willing to unify with Abdul El Sayed, for example, who's now the Democratic nominee, the Democratic candidate?
Oh yeah, the tough guy. He called me ugly, and then I should be on a pike. And I'm like,
wait, what?
He called me ugly, and then I should be on a pike.
Okay, I don't believe Abdul said that. No shot. No shot. I genuinely do not think he said that. He did, I think. No, he did actually. I called him an ogre. He did actually say the pike thing. No, I don't believe that. I need to see the link. He called him an ogre on a pike. He called him an ogre or Shrek. He did it was awesome. That's not the same thing. I have to see a link. Show me a link. He didn't say it that way. I mean, yeah, I don't think Abdul was like, you should be on a pike. I don't think he would have said that. Calling him ugly, it's kind of funny. He was speaking in metaphor. It was an analogy or metaphorical, not literal. I mean, obviously I didn't think it was literal, but I don't even think he would have like alluded to that. It means something else entirely. You'll see. Just drop a link. I'm curious.
And I'm like, Chief, I own mirrors. I know I'm an ugly guy. But if you want to put me on a pike, I mean, he has like a little man syndrome kind of energy.
Here, let's see what Politico has to say.
Charlie, you want to call in the next person?
Prerna, I think that's you. Yes.
Yeah, hi. Well, nice to meet you. I'm Prerna. I am a environmental staffer in the Senate, so very much looking forward to hopefully having you in. Even if things go very well in November, we're still looking at 2 more years of a Republican presidency. And I'm curious, I think, all reading your platform on climate and environment, these are all the right things that we should be doing, codifying the endangerment finding, but we're not going to have the chance to do that for a couple more years. I'm curious how you see your role on environmental issues, or sort of all the issues that we're facing more broadly, going into the next 2 years of the Trump administration. How do you sort of plan? How do you envision yourself using your voice at a time when, unfortunately, we're not going to get any policy over the finish line? The best case situation is that we don't get much policy over the finish line because it's inevitably going to be mostly bad. So I'm just curious how you see sort of your role the next couple of years in the Senate.
Yeah. So first, thank you for your work, and I hope we get to work together. That would be very fun. I see my job as doing 2 things in the next 2 years. Number one, throwing as much sand in the gear of the Trump administration as I can, and using them to posterize them. Right. So, God willing, we take the Senate majority, in which case there's a tremendous amount of investigating that we can do. So let's tell the story about the corruption that led to this. Let's tell the story about what we're losing as a function of this. Let's tell the story. And then the second thing I need to do is I need to use the platform that I have and frankly, AIPAC and all the other corporations are going to give me. If I win this race, what they don't really realize is that in spending so much money, they're turning me into David, right? So like if I'm the guy who came through and beat Goliath, now all of a sudden you just gave me the best platform in the entire U.S. Senate, which I love, because then guess where all eyes are going to be? Michigan is going to be what? State number 5, first big swing state on the whole map. Like, I love that for us, which means that I get to then start paving the pathway for 2028 and who will be the next president. And so part of what I need to do is confirmatory power in paving out the pathway, sound like, and then or running for president. Like I told you, like my principal job, a lot of our broader public policy people to that, I can leave a lot of these memes for how we talk about this on the table. For president, want to run on climate in a way that makes sense. We did it. That makes sense. So big. And unlike a lot of us, could be that John Fetterman seat, right? And unlike
it was literally at the end of this 5-minute video.
Folks, they're going to F around and give me carte blanche to go take them out. Like, that's the best thing about the way they're doing this, is if I win, you're just like, well, y'all came at me, so now I get to come at you. And, primarying people like John Fetterman, I have no problem to do that. Like, I'm looking forward to it. And people are like, we don't primary in the Senate. I'm like, watch me do it. You know what I mean? Like, tell me why I should stop. You know what I mean? You're going to spend $60 million to beat me? Okay, you can play at that game. You know what I mean? So, and then what happens is, ideally, you put one ogre on a pike, and then everyone else gets the message. And all of a sudden starts to sound a lot different.
It was literally at the end of it. I get what he's trying to say. Right? It was metaphorical. It's still kind of wild. And I respect it. Right? It's the kind of fire that like you kind of need. Maybe he chose ogre for a reason. No, for sure. Which is why I say I respect it. Basically make an example out of him. Yes. But I don't think he's like John Fetterman's like John Fetterman is doing the same thing that like not Mike Rogers, not Tom Cotton, the other guy, the one who cries about Hassan all the time, Rick Scott. The thing that Rick Scott does, which is like Hassan wants to kill me or whatever. Like, no, he doesn't. Like we all know like what Hassan was saying when he said that. The same way that we know what Abdul was saying when he said this. You feel me? But that he gets to play the victim, being like, he's saying that he wants to put me on a pike and said that I was ugly. Like, comprehension is a critical skill. I mean, even if like John Fetterman had comprehension skills, which I don't think he does, he would just pretend like he didn't get it in order to play the victim. Playing the ugly card. Hey, justice for the uggos, I stand with you.
Energy. And now he was really arrogant in that race. And now he have just found out that, less than a majority of Democrats want him. And he has a serious responsibility between now and November to hold that seat.
So you think he could lose to Mike Rogers?
Oh, 100% that's possible, without a doubt. I mean, the polling seems to indicate that it is in danger.
So how should members of your party, the Democratic Party, come together to defeat the Republican candidate?
Yeah, well, I can't come together with someone if you are willing to embrace people that loves Hamas or that thinks America deserved 9/11. I think that's reasonable, and I think that's the reasonable view. Being able to kind of be like, well, maybe and try to ignore those things. That's not a big tent situation. There are things that are unacceptable to have these views as a Democrat, I think.
Senator John Fetterman, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
No one's listening or paying attention. Oh yeah, I got distracted as well. How many assignments in this interview? 3. Anyway, last thing we'll cover is we'll finish this video off.
Surfaces. The cap will be based upon historical data regarding the creator's non-view botted traffic. Repeated violations will result in longer penalties. Streamers will be notified when an enforcement is applied, along with the duration of the penalty, and can appeal through the appeals portal. Twitch is basically saying that they'll throw a number on your page to say that, hey, this is what this person is getting based off of historical data. But there's so much context that's missing from this situation, and it could negatively impact somebody like a suburb baby. We know that he's had some sort of meteoric rise when it comes to streaming university, and I don't think, if it's true that he's not doing the botting himself, he should be negatively impacted based off of somebody else sending bots at him. Instead of portraying the true numbers that reflect the growth from Streaming University, it'll ultimately show that he only has a couple hundred people because that's what the past 6, 7, 10 months have been saying about him. And now you have a situation in which a streamer is defending these numbers in order to clear their name, but only Twitch can do any sort of real investigation. So the problem isn't that just the bots can create this fake viewer count. The real problem is the influence that the fake number has on real people before Twitch can really get to it. Now, I'm not a big fan of this whole botting conversation because at the end of the day, you have to prove that you are still worthy to this audience that you fake captured or that you real captured due to fake memes. And so Summer Baby is right. Even if he was botting himself, there is still a new floor that he has obtained through Streamer University. And the one thing that he needs to be weary about is the fact that in order to maintain this newfound viewership, you don't need to burn yourself out by giving all of your content, by pushing yourself to stream to all these different heights and limits and whatnot. Ultimately, he needed to slow down.
You've been streaming so fucking much. You know what I'm saying? I love the grind. Like, you be going fucking insane, bro. But I ain't like, I think though, I'm gonna keep a buck. I really think you should like take a mental, like slow down a little bit.
The Bills don't care how you're doing mentally. They just
Bro said the Bills don't care when he got like, what, 15,000 subs, bro? You'll be fine. You made enough money to cover your bills for an entire year in a month. You'll be fine. Bills. I get Tony Grudman to slow down. Money on them bots. Anyway. I don't really care what DDG has to say. But yeah, that's the Summer Baby thing. And that's where I will call it. Yeah, we got a lot closer to 40K. Now we're only 350 away. We're 350 followers away. No sponsor today? I forgot. And a may or may not be live tomorrow. I honestly shouldn't because I'm taking the LSAT on the 7th. I should probably be studying. But I probably won't study and come back. I mean, at this point, I'm of the mind of like, there's nothing that I can do to make my score higher in the next day. So I might as well just let it rock, you know? Don't study, Logic Games already. Logic Games doesn't exist anymore. Y'all are just dating yourselves. It's not a thing. They got rid of the Logic Games section already. Good luck, thank you. You shouldn't study the day before a test. It's not good for you. Actually, smart the day before. You should just let your mind rest. What about cool math games? True. If you fail, you're giving me no choice but dunk on you. Listen, you just won't know what I scored. You will have no idea what I scored. Right? If I scored below a 155, you're not going to hear about it. It tells you had a good score? Maybe. We're aiming for the 165, though. I took the LSAT, so I have no idea what is going to be bad. I'm sorry, not the SAT. This is the LSAT. SAT is different. I took the LSAT, too. My LSAT score was kind of mid, but I also never studied for it. I should have taken it again. How much you get score back? A month. I get it back by the end of the month. Good score on the chat fridge is better be good. Don't embarrass us. Version of SAT was not good. I took it 3 times. I only took the SAT and the ACT a single time. I'm a single test taken type of person. Anyway, that's it, chat. Final thoughts. That's it. That's all. Also, goodbye, YouTube chat. How's YouTube chat doing? I can't see YouTube chat. Chat's broken. Well, I hope YouTube chat's doing well. Adios. Goodbye.